Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the March 10th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners Workshop. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the first thing on our agenda today are our staff reports or department head reports, and with the beginning of them all, come on down, Rob. Road and Bridge. Good afternoon.
So I guess first thing on the agenda for me today would be some of the activities we're currently doing. We're out blading some roads, doing some winter cleanup from the winter, blading some gravel roads. We're also hauling gravel and spreading gravel out to Lewis on Route 20, working our way up through there. And then cleaning culverts, winter fill up damage, changing some culverts out. That's pretty much what we're doing with all the road crews. So we did start off with a bucket truck here. Travis, if you got the pictures, there you go. We did bid on that bucket truck we were talking about, and did find one that we liked and got it for $55,000. There's a, is that it? Yeah. So as a comparison, what we were looking at there, go down another sheet. There's one there we could buy off of Century Trucks and Vans. It would have sold for $104,975 if we were looking to just buy one off the lot, a used one. Next one.
You might have to switch mics. I'm getting text that mic's not functioning.
How about this one? Yeah, that's better. Okay, there's another one. It's a 2017 identical, just a year older than the one we bought, and it's sold. It's for sale for $72,500. So as a comparison, I think we did really good at this auction, at the Ritchie Brothers auction, to get this bucket truck for $55,000. It was a little different than what we'd planned on looking for. We were looking for one that was a little bit older and bigger, and a little bit different way of reaching, but this fits what we want to do off the edge of the road and our distance and also our height. You get up there 60, 70 feet, well, the professionals at that point, keep from somebody getting hurt. But this is a real nice little truck. We went and looked at it, and we're very pleased to get this one. So we got that. And then we were talking with you a little bit last week over the phone and stuff about a snow plow. I misunderstood the date on that. That bid's the 12th, next this Wednesday, at, what do they call that? Roller auctions. So I will ask you for a vote on that today to go ahead, or tomorrow, to go ahead and bid on that truck if it's okay.
Where do you think you're going to be at, Rob, as far as your capital? That I'll have to look at it real quick, but
that's that truck. That's that plow truck.
what did we get our last plow truck for? About 39, right?
Oh, yeah, about 45,000. Yeah. This truck here is a newer model of a Mack truck that we have one. We have one looks like it in the shed that's been a good truck for us the last couple of years we got it. So I think Shane's thinking 45,000 would be probably the most we'd pay for this. So, but it's a good looking truck. So.
And then you can get rid of, the conversation we had was then you get rid of one of the older.
We're just slowly working them old early 80s or late 70 models out of the lineup. Yep.
Good.
And this one does have a sander with it, so we don't have to mess with finding a sander for it, so it'll be ready to go. So.
Okay.
So tomorrow, if you would give me a vote up or down on bidding it, we have time to bid that to do it the right way this time, so, or the easy way. So I think Travis, Shane will get with you on. He's working with Ritchie Brothers to get all the wiring information done and all that stuff also, and then we'll get with you about getting that money sent to them. So. Okay, mag chloride. So we've got some news this year that wasn't very pleasing to hear, but a company named Horizon Enviro bought out the Ogden plant, which is the only plant there is to make mag chloride, at least in our part of the world. And they bought out GMCO in the process and another local company up there. So the only one that we have now to deliver to us is Desert Mountain. They did do a 22-cent per gallon price increase from the plant, but Desert Mountain held their price. So we will be buying bag this year at $1.09 instead of
It was like
Yeah.
82 last year, right? From Desert Mountain.
We're gonna have to eat that increase this year now, because the plant was bought out by another company.
And they bought GMCO out of
Yep.
Grand Junction also?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Wow.
But they haven't bought Desert Mountain yet, so we have a little flexibility there. But we did ask for quotes from Desert Mountain and GMCO, and GMCO just said, just use Desert Mountain, that's who your supplier is. So they're out of the picture, so. So anyway, that means that we will now have to reduce to stay in budget with what we budgeted for chip seal, or for mag chloride, we'll have to reduce our mileage by 8.4 miles, 8.5 miles, cut that down. Kinder Morgan, private residents, will all go up to $1.50 a lineal foot from $1.25 to help us eat that cost.
What's the application rate we're using now? Is it still 0.3 or 0.5?
Oh, it's more like a 0.5. It's like 6,000 gallons a mile, so is what you put down. So it's about a 0.5.
Okay.
So anyway, we have some older roads that are magged up and pretty heavy with mag that we can reinvigorate with some water, and it'll get us through a year until we re-budget for next year, or whatever we find we have to do. We may just have to back off mag chloride a little bit, so.
Well, actually, I spent all afternoon yesterday driving out in Lewis, Areola, basically everything north and west. And those roads are still in pretty good shape. Some of them looks like you guys have actually touched.
We've been blading the roads, but you're right, Jim, because we haven't had a big winter on them. So they took the winter well, and they didn't get too much damage from the water,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, they still look pretty good too. Just a shout out for you and all you
Yeah,
guys.
that's
I mean, I spent
Good observation.
3 hours yesterday out there looking at roads, along with all kinds of other
Looking
things.
at elk along the
Yeah.
roads.
Other things too, but
It's fun to watch them, yeah. So there's where we're at with the mag chloride. That was a little disheartening, but that is business now, so. Chip seal, a little bit detailed on this one. I need to visit with you guys about this chip seal this year. I gave you here a month ago or so the projected road list. I'm still holding to that. 18 miles of chip seal that we want to do. This is the chip seal that we really want to try to do on these paved roads. We're not really reaching out to any of the other roads. We're trying to get a maintenance course on these paved roads that we've done. If you go back a little bit, a few years, we paved 73 miles of roads back prior to the pandemic, and that's a lot of miles of roads that we did. Well, they're getting out there about 5, 6, 7 years old now, so we're having to do this maintenance to them. Back in them days, we paved for about 150,000 a mile, and now to do the same miles, that would have cost us. Well, it did cost us about $11 million to do that. We took it out of road funds. The Board of Commissioners gave us some out of general, and we did some with Kinder Morgan, and we spent about $11 million doing that. Now it would cost us $27 million to do those same roads. That's the difference between then and now. So the only way I know to keep this from just falling apart on us and deteriorating to a point where we don't have that kind of money to do it again is to keep this program in place where we're using ASI and their special blend of oil. We really get good luck, or have had good luck with this oil. We take special care to send them our gradations, send them our materials. They take our stuff and then they design an oil that fits our roads. They come look at the roads. They help us with engineering for the type of oil that they would use to do this, and we've had 3 years of luck. It's just been super good to us. So a couple of pictures I've got there I'm pushing along or showing you today is this road here is one of the roads we did 3 years ago, and it's very tight. There's no cracking. It seals it up. It reinvigorates, regenerates the oil in the asphalt, and then gives us enough adhesiveness, I guess is the right word, for the chips to stay on the road. And then the next picture, please, Travis. Here's a road that CDOT did 2 years ago while we were up there doing ours that came apart in the first week. When you don't take what I think is the right course in getting somebody to team up with you and work with you on your road conditions, if you just take a bid and you take the oil and you go chip it, I'm not saying that's what happened here, but it didn't last at all. It came up within a week, and they kept the signs up for a year warning of loose rocks. Then it happened again on 160 last year. Not to this extreme, but it did it again. So I'm looking at that going, I kind of like what we're doing. This is a really good product. It's working well for our roads, and we're getting good results on it by doing that. So go back to the spreadsheet for the bid. I don't know where it's at. right there. So what I did is a comparison for typical chip seal versus asphalt systems supplying us. It comes down to a price per ton for oil. And so asphalt systems, with all the designing they do and the work they do, and then they do get it hauled to us, and they have a guy that comes and spreads the oil for us at $1,139 a ton. And then if we did it the normal way with old chip seal with the regular oil that we can get from Suncor and Rod Thompson out there at Dove Creek doing the spreading for us. Basin Western didn't give us a price for transport, but Valley Trucking did, and it comes up to $801. So we're spending about $300 more a ton to get what we're really after, something a little more special than just typical chip seal, like a chip seal 3-pin road. So today I'm just going to ask you to work with me on this for these reasons, and let's continue this program, because I don't think we can afford to let these roads slide. If they get to cracking and breaking out, which they will in the next few years, we're not going to get this protected, and the investment, we're going to lose it. So I got about 3 more years of chip sealing, this year included, and 2 more after that. We'd have every one of these paved roads sealed up with this chip seal and give us another extended life of many years, not just a year or two, it'd be many years. So.
Questions?
No.
So what you're recommending then, Rob, is the asphalt systems incorporated at the $11.39 per ton, because they're the ones working with you on blending our aggregate along with what oil they have to make the best quality chip seal that we can get, correct?
That in a short sentence is correct. We're designing the oil to fit our needs.
To fit our needs, where the others are not doing that. We're just buying the oil, spreading it, and putting it down, and then we're just taking somewhat of a risk.
Well, the oil is designed to go into those micro cracks in the asphalt and rejuvenate that oil in the oil itself of the paving. And that's, I guess everybody probably could do that, but we have found the ASI is the one that brings it to us and says, we can do this. And they've had 2 years to prove it. We're going into the 3rd year, and it's holding up extremely well.
So as long as we stay within the budgeted amount of money, I personally don't have any issues with it at all. I mean, we may reduce that just a little bit, but if we're getting a better product at the end, I think we're going to be better off.
And if I go with the 18 miles this year, then that leaves us 14 and 26 and 14 and 27, and we're done. All the miles of roads are all covered. And then, gentlemen, I don't know what it'll be. Could be 5 years, 6 years. Somebody will have to start that process again. It's just the way it is. Even CDOT does that, you know. Every so many years, they'll go put a maintenance course on. But we can't afford to pave it again. I can tell you that just with the price of asphalt now. Right now, asphalt's about $370,000 a mile for 2 inches thick, 24 feet wide. And we were doing it for about $160,000 to $170,000 a mile before the pandemic. So there's your problem, you know.
Yeah.
So. But I do have I'll leave it with you, Jim. It's an agreement. It's basically a quote from ASI to sign. I know you like to sign those for us, so we have it all legit. I'll leave that with you. And then you can do that tomorrow if you don't mind.
Actually, is that on the agenda for tomorrow, Rob?
I don't know. I didn't look.
So, since we're 24 hours, I'll just put that on there. Is that all right, Stephen? We can actually, from the workshop today, just transfer that for that agreement through ASI. I don't see it on the agenda under unfinished business for tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think it's
New business.
specifically on the agenda.
Or I can sign it. I've been signing them, so it's up to you guys.
I think you might just be able to take it up as unfinished business.
Okay.
And you have a copy in your package, I believe. So I can leave you this one, or,
Is that the original?
yes, sir.
Yeah, just leave me that one.
Okay.
Okay. I've got it added.
And then the last thing to update you on is the intersection of 184 and Road 25. We have somewhat maybe a question on our actual land, boundary, I guess the property boundary. This drawing shows it as the easement line, but doing some research with the neighbors across the road. We're checking to see if it doesn't actually belong at the center of the road. Because sometimes, a lot of times it'll be, property boundaries will be the center of the road. And we want to make sure that that's included in this acreage before we go out and try to negotiate this purchase. But in the meantime, we're working on that. Hopefully we'll get that answer today or tomorrow. We went out and got some quotes from some professional services to do easements, appraisals. We've got 4 out for quotes, and we've got 2 responses. And I've left a message with the landowner to get back with me if he wants to visit with somebody different than what we've got. And then, once we get these little things figured out, we'll try to negotiate the purchase of this property and be ready to go on that part, so.
Is it still looking like an acre?
It's
Or-
actually
I can't.
1.72 acres.
1.72? Okay, I see it up there.
But that does include, by doing that, the reason it jumped up a little bit is we took that left 460 feet further to the
West?
West. Took it to the west a little bit because there was a little strip of, kind of a weird little strip between the easement and the property where the road's gonna come in. And I said, let's just take it down there and give us some room to work right there, and we'll buy the 1.7 acres and keep us something to work with there. So that's how it got to that. But it would have been just a sliver of private property in between us and him. It just would have been a mess in the big picture, so. So we just kind of moved that on to the west a little bit further and gives us a little more room to work here, so. Survey's pretty close to being done with everything. We just got to get that one thing figured out. They're working now with getting CDOT permits from CDOT, going through environmental, making sure everything, we're gonna have to clear everything again, even though it's probably done back when they built the Heritage Center. They still want to do it again, so that'll take a little time to get through that, but so far everybody's working well together. We just got to get these little details worked out, so.
Okay.
The landowner does own the property across the road. Their contractor is working with me to get his accesses put in. We kind of laid that on the map to make sure it didn't interfere with the new road, and their locations that were approved. And so I said, let's go see where they land. And I think we're okay. So I told the contractors, get your permits applications in. Let's get you started with your accesses over there. Get you going on that so they can get started. So I think we're doing pretty good. I mean, it'd be nice if we were paving today, but
Yeah. Well,
anyway.
you got 30 days.
We got 30 days, yeah. Anyway, that's about it, unless you have some questions.
Actually, I drove by this obviously yesterday also, just looking at it. No, I don't have any questions at this time. Commissioners? Okay,
Do I need a vote for the truck tomorrow to bid on Wednesday?
I put that on here also. I put that on here. It'll come out of your capital, and I'll have those capital numbers before I even address it tomorrow.
Okay,
So that way we know what's left in there. So it kind of gives you an idea too, what you'll have, but I'm sure you'll know it too. But we'll get with you and let you know what you have left in capital.
okay.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you.
See you guys.
See ya. Sheriff. I thought, yep.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're still we're putting up the finishing touches to the hacking that went on with all the internet stuff over the last week. So we're just now getting a lot of programs put back together. We're doing training for new admin assistant and 2 detention deputies. The entire agency is fulfilling our Rule 28 required trainings for in-service training. We have firearms that's going on for the next 2 weeks. In the jail, we have 59 as of this morning inmates. I did meet with SHP and the county attorney over a special inmate medical condition that we've got going on. This inmate's been sentenced to Department of Corrections. However, it'll probably be another week and a half before this inmate is transferred. So we've got that worked out. Things are so far okay. So keep my fingers crossed. Except for last night when we had a female inmate that actually intruded a foreign object into some private parts, had to be transported to Mercy Hospital for surgery. Deputies had to rotate out until she could be transferred back this morning. So other than that, it's domestic violence. A lot of crimes are still going on day and night.
Mental health?
What's that?
You have a lot of mental health problems?
Every
Not
day.
you, but
Every day.
yeah.
Yeah, and we're still working with trying to get funding for CIP. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that's what's happening. Okay, questions? Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. George, Coroner.
My report's pretty good. Numbers are down. We've only had 25 deaths so far this year, which is good. Only one of them's been a suicide. We've only done 3 autopsies, so that's saving the county money. Usually we do 6 to 8 in January, but our January was way down, so that's good if we can just keep it down the rest of the year. No motor vehicle accidents or anything. It's just basically elderly people passing away of natural causes for the most part. We had the one suicide, and then we had an infant death last week. So other than that, things are moving along.
Yours can always be quiet.
Pardon?
I said yours can always be quiet.
I would love to have 0 deaths in 1 year. That'd be awesome for the county.
Well, that won't happen, but
It won't, but it's
That's a
always good
goal.
to think.
yeah.
No complaints yet?
No,
Okay.
no. Everyone's still, and I do have a little bit of mental problems, or whatever you was asking Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, mental health issue. Yeah, I got some. So, all right, you guys have a good afternoon.
Thanks. Landfill mill.
I've been out of the office a little bit the last couple of weeks. I don't have a whole lot. My budget's up there for January. January's always an expensive month for us, because that's when all of our insurance and everything always comes out. So that's all taken care of. A couple of things we're working on. Currently, as of today, I talked to Mr. Anderson this morning about transfer of some money, maybe 100,000 we may need. Don't know that we'll need it yet. As of today, we have 62,000 in the bank. Of course, we got a lot of bills that's going to be coming up. We lost the rear end out of that great big tractor last week, so that's going to be an expensive repair. They've already tore it down and ordered the parts for it. Talked to Rob. We want to put in a new entrance into the Carver Field off the paved county road. So we're going to be getting some culvert from him. It'll save, it's more of a safety issue than anything, is people driving around our building, between the main building and the shop down there, where we're working, taking stuff to the limb pile for the composting operation. So we're gonna eliminate that and put a road in right off the pavement, straight into the Carver Field, so we can eliminate all that traffic going out through there. Compost has all been screened. We did a Solvita test on it last week. It had another week of curing, and we're going to pull samples and send hopefully next week, and we should have some compost ready to sell. With that, I think due to the extra cost mandated by CDPHE on that testing, I think we need to raise the cost of our compost up to $40 a yard.
Where are we at right now?
We're
30?
at 30.
That's a significant increase.
It is.
Is that-
But we've got a significant increase in testing. So that's kind of where it's at.
Oh, I mean, I just, because that's a question that we're going to get asked, is why is that? Why is it such a significant increase?
It's because of all the new PFAS testing, where we didn't have to test for all that before, now we do. So, and there's not one lab that will test everything that we're required to do. They got to subcontract some of that out. So we're going to be dealing with 2 labs, it'll all come in on one report. And I found a lab right here in Denver, which will help save us some money on freight, but freight to send them samples is about $400
Mm-hmm.
per sample. I only gotta do one, thankfully, but that's kind of where it's at on the compost. We need to raise it, maybe not, if you don't want to go to 40, at least 35.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
questioning what you have to do in your business to make money. I'm just saying, we're gonna get the question of why are you going up 30, 3, 6, 9? You're going up like 33%. I mean, I'm just quick math
Right.
in my head.
Yeah, I
That's a big increase.
Well, the other issue, you know, the shredder usually runs about 50,000 to shred. Of course, we use that for tires too, but it's gonna be more this year.
Yeah.
It's up to about $55,000 to
No, I
shred.
think as long as we have the justification set forth, it's easy for us to explain it. But when you come up with just a number, if it's arbitrary,
Yeah,
it's hard to explain that to the
Yeah.
public.
Well, that's kind of where we're at with the testing and the increase in the fuel and the increase in the shredder and everything. The Turner helped a lot. I mean, it helped our
So-
cause, but
So with that said, then make sure that we get that on the website or get with the PIO to make sure that, and because this is an enterprise fund, we don't actually have to approve that, correct?
Correct.
So,
I don't think so, but I could look it up. I'm just not totally sure off the top of my head, but I think that's
I don't
right.
think we have to because it's an enterprise
it's
fund,
not
but.
critical we do it today. It's gonna be.
No, I'm saying let's give the public at least 90 days, or 60 days. Let's get it out there because people will start using compost relatively
We're
quickly
already
to
getting
start.
calls.
So let's get it out there right away, so that they actually know that there is gonna be an increase on it.
So other than that, I have a deal I'll have to get with you guys and Mr. Anderson in the morning before your meeting. But a lot of stuff breaking down, old stuff.
Did we get that BOMAG fixed?
BOMAG is running fine today.
Today.
Those guys are actually trying to do more than what's required just to keep from anybody having to come up here and work on it from Farmington. So
Okay.
the regen process, even though the meter says it's not due, they're making that machine do a regen to prevent any further issues with that machine.
How often is that because of the DPF,
Yes,
the
it
DPF filter?
is.
How often do you guys take that out and actually replace it or clean it?
That thing has to do, well, it's got a meter, and I haven't run that machine very much. It's got a meter that tells you when it's supposed to regen, but they exceed that. They make it manually regen, because we've had issues with it trying to do it on its own.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing that anymore. We're making it do it when we tell it to do it, and it's eliminating problems. So the last few months, that thing's been running good. So, the old machine's still there on standby. I've got an RFP ready for a new loader, but with our financial situation at the landfill, I don't know if we want to go ahead and put that in or wait a month and see where we're at.
Can you get by for a month?
We can get by for a month.
Well, then let's wait for a month and see where we're at.
Okay. Our loader, the one loader that we're going to replace went down. The injection pump fell off of it. So we got that fixed and it's running and they're using it. But it's only as a need basis.
Okay.
As far as I know, the rest of the equipment is doing fine. We had some major repairs on the D8, but everything else is in pretty good shape right now, except for our big tractor. And that's one of the most important pieces of equipment we have. We can't move any dirt without it.
Mm-hmm.
And to move enough soil with a dump truck and a loader for cover is just, that's a lot of extra man hours later.
10 yards compared to 30.
Huh?
10 yards compared to 30.
Yes. And it takes about 60 to cover a cell when they're ready to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost, 2 people, almost every day moving soil just to, because we only do that once a week with the
Right.
soil.
Okay.
So we've got guys on it. Hopefully the parts will be here this week and that machine will be up and running by the end of next week, I hope. But it's an old machine. We bought it used from WRS, and it's got a lot of hours, but that's, considering how long we've had it and how much we used it, this is the first major repair on that machine. Anyway, that's all I've got.
You might actually start putting kind of a replacement cost analysis together, Mel, so that we can look at it and compare it, because I
For a
know
new
we've been
tractor.
on all of them, on all your machines down there, because if they're all aging and getting that much wear on them, it's just a matter of time before we're spending more money than we are
It's
just.
true. There's a few down there. We do, well, number one, the loader, and then the blade are the
Mhm.
two that really need to be replaced. Our D8, I mean, the motor's been totally redone. The transmission, it's got new undercarriage put on it by the road department last year.
Mhm.
So the D8's in really good shape. Both bow mags are running. They're good. We get this rear end and this tractor fixed. It's got a strong engine, strong transmission so far. We did have to do some work on the K-Tech scraper with the hydraulic cylinders were worn out. We had a guy rebuild them and machine them back out for us, so it's up and running. Just no tractor to pull it at the moment.
Okay,
So that's all I got for now.
all right. Questions, gentlemen?
Any idea what it costs us to comply with state regulations just to run our landfill?
Oh, I could probably get you some figures. We send CDPHE, the surcharge that's on the trash.
Yeah,
We send them, depending on the month, just a rough figure, between $8,000 and $8,500 every quarter, just for that surcharge at the landfill.
I mean, you've got all those little incidental costs, just like testing for PFAS.
Yeah, that's something we just have to put into our budget as an
Yeah.
expense and compensate for it with our landfill rates, which are gonna have to go up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just part of the doing the business. We did get our CQA plan sent in to CDPHE. It's 494 pages long.
That didn't take any time at all, did it?
That's crazy. It's just crazy. But hopefully this year, other than what I've discussed with you guys before on this new recycling deal and possibly putting in a building, all that stuff came out last week. I wasn't at work, and I'm barely starting to read on what they're gonna be able to fund. And as soon as I can find out some information on what they will be willing to fund for us, as to whether, I guess, we put up a building down there for the single stream.
Mm-hmm.
But until I find that out for sure, I just barely started reading it today. So,
Okay,
all right, thank you,
very
gentlemen.
good. Thanks, Mel. Fairgrounds, Justin. Gosh, we took 1 week off and you guys all teamed up on us to make this long and lasting. All right.
All right. So, just to kind of give you guys some year-end stuff for 2024 from us, since it's been a few months since gave you a report. Our attendance out there, we've kind of was just right over 73,000 for all of 2024 at the fairgrounds. We did have 32 big public events that were held out there, 58 in meeting rentals, or arena rentals, excuse me. We did do 323 days of possible open riding days in 2024 amongst all of our arenas, so at least one of those arenas was available during those days. Kitchen rentals, we did 18 in 2024. Meeting rooms, we did 21, and then just miscellaneous stuff, which is kind of like the beef tag-in, commodity giveaways, things like that. We've had 21 different things happen out there at the fairgrounds over 2024. Continuing on into kind of where we're sitting as far as our revenue and expenses at the fairgrounds. I kind of tried to break it down a little bit more for 2024, just to kind of give you guys more of an oversight, or kind of see where that is coming from and or going. If you look at our revenue, we get two different sources. We get what we get from the fairgrounds, which is any of our fees or rentals or sign rentals that we have out there, riding passes, all that stuff goes into the revenue that we get from the fairgrounds. And then we also get Conservation Trust, which is a proceed from the lottery. So for 2024, we were just shy of $110,000 from the fairgrounds revenues. The Conservation Trust Fund, I don't know the final number for 2024 quite yet, but it should be right around the $215,000 mark. It does say 145 right there, but I haven't got verification on what our last payments were on that. From 2023, which was the year before, we were right at 213,000, so we should basically be right there. If you total those together, then it kind of shows that we brought in 255,000 amongst those two at the moment, but that number should be, like I said, right up around 323,000 or something, if I remember right. And then just kind of moving on into our expenses, I kind of broke those down a little bit more to kind of show, you know, what we're spending in operating, what we're spending in projects, things like that. So if you do look at our operating between both of what we budget out of our fairgrounds budget and our conservation trust budget, $292,000 is basically what's going into our operating costs. Projects for last year, we spent $326,000, a little bit more, but that was because of the solar project that we did get fully reimbursed for. So if you kind of go down to our total, that was $326,623. And that was for both our operating and projects that we did out there for 2024. So that pretty much does equal what we do bring from the fairgrounds and the conservation trust both together for 2024. I do anticipate us getting some more funding from the conservation trust for 2025, and the reason is their per capita that they pay for our county should go up about 10% in cost. This last year they were paying $12.79 per capita on a person here in Montezuma County for that conservation trust, and then in 2025 it's supposed to be $14.06 per person. So that number should actually go up 20,000 or so for our 2025 budget year out of our conservation trust stuff. So hopefully that kind of gives you guys a little bit of a clearer understanding on some of our revenue and expenses out there, and in the public as well. We've had quite a bit going on, even though it's been kind of winterish in our down season. I mean, there's been a lot of smaller stuff that we've just kind of been doing on a daily basis. Going back into December, we did have our Futures Fair again. That's something they're continuing to do out there pretty much on a yearly basis now. It's something that they bring in a bunch of businesses and have set up for the high schools here in the county go to, so that the sophomores the juniors and the seniors can kind of get an idea of potential job opportunities when they graduate. We've done some 4-H stuff out there, like their baking class. Commodity giveaways have been going out there once a month. We did have a goat tying clinic out there in December. A couple different jackpots that we've run in January and February. Our 4 States Junior Rodeo we ran again in January and February. They always do 3 of them every winter, one in November, one in January, one in February. So they're done for their season. The 4-H had beef tag in back in February 2nd, so they're starting to get all their stuff ready for fair as far as that goes. The Southwestern Colorado Livestock Association, they did their meeting and banquet out there again this year, and I know all you guys got to go out there and participate in that a little bit. Hunter Safety Education course, we continue to have those once in a while out there at the fairgrounds, and they did do that again this year in February. And then, of course, we've been having the Fair Board and livestock meetings out there once a month on the third Monday of the month. The practices, those are pretty much done for the winter now. We normally have a roping practice out there on every Monday and Friday evening. High school always has a night that they go out and practice. Pony Club always has a night, 4-H horse, and then a youth roping. We did do something a little new this year with the Cortez High School baseball team. They come out and used our beef barn on Monday and Thursday evenings just to kind of get out of the weather and throw some balls. We won't let them hit or anything like that in there because we don't want broken lights or nothing, but gives them a place they can kind of come out, get out of the weather, especially if it's cold and windy, kind of do some catching and throwing. We have a lot coming up. We're getting into our busy season right now, so the last couple of weeks we have been basically transforming the fairgrounds from the arenas to more of the style that you see during our Ag Expo and stuff, since we're getting ready for that. So we've got our indoor arena pretty much transformed. We also kind of deal with the beef barn and our other little barns, take stalls out, do all that stuff, so we kind of get them ready for all these big shows. But we do have the Ag Expo coming up this weekend, March 14th and 15th. We got a few classes that are going on throughout this week, like the meat quality assurance class, the EOC reunification training, and assert shelter training. We've been, again, having some more 4-H classes out there at the fairgrounds. We're going to move right into April 4th and 5th with our Four Corners Home and Garden Show that we do annually out there. The car races are also going to start up that same weekend out at the racetrack. And then the gun show this year is going to be April 11th to the 13th. The Vision Agility Dog Trials, which is something we haven't had in a couple of years, but we did get them back. They're going to actually run 3 weekends this year. So April 18th to the 20th is their first weekend. We're going to have a circus there on the indoor arena. We haven't had them in a couple of years either, so they're going to kind of come back and do another little circus thing in our indoor arena this year in April. The CSU office is going to be putting on that Temple Grandin seminar at the fairgrounds on May 2nd. Then we kind of move into 12 hours of Mesa Verde after that, May 10th, which is always another huge big event for us. And then to kind of end out May, they are going to do some mud bogs down at the racetrack this year as something else for them to do other than car races. That's pretty much what we got, coming up ahead the next few months before we get into June when we start getting into our Ute Mountain Rodeo, but kind of give you guys an idea. We don't got a whole lot of else going on as far as the project stuff. The one thing we have been looking at is doing that, trying to do some kind of an asphalt around the indoor arena there. I have been talking with an engineer on that. They finally were able to get out and kind of do some surveying on it for us. We are running into some issues with drainage, I believe, and I'm not quite sure where we might be able to go, or what our expenses are going to be. I guess that would be the better question. Can we do it? Possibly, but I think this project might end up starting to cost more than we're anticipating. So I'm trying to get back some final information from them on exactly maybe what we're looking at as far as costs to design this thing, just based off of the initial kind of surveys that they've been doing.
What did they tell you on the surveys? What's the grade?
Those are the
bust on it?
numbers I'm
Because
waiting back to kind of hear exactly to kind of
if that's the
see.
situation, would we not be better to put all that ADA parking, then move it all to the west side?
Well,
and open that up?
our only problem with doing that is if we go on the west side, those west doors are always never, it's
No.
usually an arena most of the time of the
No,
year.
no. I'm just saying, put the
So-
parking there. The sidewalk would still continue around to the north side. It's farther away
Mm-hmm, and then just have them go down the sidewalk to basically
to
the
the
north
sidewalk,
doors, I
but
guess.
it's all, that's all within that 2%
And
compliance,
that's
so it would be,
that could be a decent option.
it's just an option.
Yeah.
If they're running into too much of a drainage on the east side, because it can't be over 2%, so it's pretty flat.
Yes, And that on the west side would have to be built up quite a bit to meet our 2%, because it does slope down pretty hard right there. But it is an option, because it sounds like that's kind of what we're running into, is a lot of grading issue on that side. And that's going to be where a lot of our cost is going to come from. Now, I don't know what that's going to be, and that's kind of what I'm waiting to hear back from, and I'm trying to get in touch with him as much as I can, but just from his initial surveys, that's what it was seeming to kind of be.
Well, when you get that laid out, then we'll talk about it further, because
Okay.
right now we don't really know what we have.
It's just one of those things, I don't know how astronomical that cost is going to be. It's almost like it wasn't impossible. It was just, he was kind of leading me to, it may be way more than what we're expecting on trying to spend over there. So if it puts us in, a price range we just, can't afford, I guess, or don't want to go down, that I don't know yet.
Well, with the new ADA law that's in place, we're gonna have to make a decision one way or another. Because when that thing is at capacity, there's a criteria that we're gonna have to supply. And right now, you can't roll a wheelchair across what we have back there.
No.
Or
Easily, yeah.
not easily.
But the west side might be an option.
But that's an option.
Yeah, and it might be an easier option.
And they may just have to then, because the sidewalk itself would be compliant.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
It should be right now. I believe it's wide enough. We just have to do a few little patches on it, but.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So we'll look at the options
Okay.
when you get them to us.
But yep, just to kind of give you guys a heads up where I am on that. I am trying to get something together. It's taking a little bit of time, so.
Okay.
Other than that, that's really all I have for you guys today.
Sounds good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Disaster. Come on down.
Gentlemen. Smile.
Oh, we're smiling.
You're happy to see me, right?
We're happy to see you.
All right. You got my monthly February report, and I know you read it in detail, so I'm proud of you guys.
You know what the first question I'm going to ask on it is?
I know, and I don't have an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise, everything's moving along, a lot of planning, doing COOP training, just to summarize. The report that I give you guys, I send out to the world. It's also on the website, so the public knows it's there on my webpage, so they can go down and click on it. Any month has that full report of everything that's going on. So with that, I remember, so I wanted to just review this with you guys. The history of communications in our county, back in 1998 or even before, really sucked. And we've talked about that during the shooting of Dale Claxton, trying to get interoperability. So technically, I've been working on this since 1998. We talked about getting that DTRS system, the 800. We got it in. It's working great. And now we have this issue with funding that, and we're still dealing with that. The last thing I heard, I was on the state meeting, and the Joint Budget Committee is still trying to push fees out to the locals, and we're saying no. So we're getting a lot of support letters, saying we're already paying our share with the equipment and things that we have to do at our end. So we're working on that. I remember we said future planning, so I went down a rabbit hole. So bear with me. This rabbit hole is trying to find alternates to anything. So with that, and I keep funding in mind as well. So I looked up, and I was up on Manistee up there, and this is the north mountain of Manistee. Mm-hmm. Our equipment, the two VHF repeaters, are on the south mountain. This is an abandoned building between AT&T and Verizon, and it has a rack that goes across. It's a 2-room service inside there. It is abandoned. Go ahead to the next one, Travis. And it has this pup tower there, very sturdy tower. You don't have to fix it. There's 2 abandoned sites up there. One has got a stick tower with guide wires. I really don't. Trying to keep maintenance on that. So this one's there, and keep going there, sir. There's the tower itself, very sturdy, easy to get up. There's the shop or the shed right next to it. It has, I've looked up trying to find the owner. I think we finally found the owner. It's got a broken window there, fixed the window. 2 large rooms, easy to put any kind of racks in there for service. This is the Empire's switch box and the meter. I've talked to them. I don't know why those maps are that small, and I have tried everything to make them bigger. But I don't know how we're going to do that. But the plan, my plan, is the alternate communication as well when 800 goes down, and sometimes it goes down for maintenance, is we run off of VHF, and it doesn't quite cover the areas that we'd like as normal. But I also have what we call an 8-tack system, and that's on an 800 radio, but it works the same way. It repeats you transmit to a repeater and it comes back. It doesn't go through the state. That can be utilized whether the system's up or down. It doesn't matter. It still runs. With that, I have, with grant funding, I have a repeater ready to go up on Manistee. I also have a ham radio stick that can go on Manistee. The upper little itty-bitty green thing there, that's what the ham radio system will do for our entire area in a emergency or a disaster where we're working with ham radios. You can't quite see the map in the middle. That's the state map that shows coverage, and there's that white part down on the south. That's us. The bigger green is what happens when I put up an 8-tack. So it basically covers, Abajo covers one area. We have another 8-tack in the city, and then this 8-tack on Manistee will cover the entire county the best we can. To put an 8-tack up, it's pretty simple. I have the whole system downstairs. It's like 20,000 versus 800, which is what, 1.2 million to stick those kind of things up. With that, I talked with the state land office who owns that land up there. The other property, of course, is BLM. And working with them, trying to come up with a plan, all their lands generate millions of dollars that they give to, that they work from K-12 on up for funding, and then they get that money that's leasing those towers. We had a discussion that this is for the state as well. The state troopers, CDOT, et cetera, federal people all play on these towers. He said he could bring it up with the board, but we meet the criteria of leasing that property, that building, that tower for around $5,700. He said after he gets discussion with the board, it could probably go down to $2,500 a year. I'm trying to get him down to the $9 or $99 a year lease. Working with him, it wouldn't take long. They're very excited that we were looking into this, and they would be very happy. It's a simple contract lease, a lot simpler than the feds do with BLM and Federal Forest Service. It would give us the opportunity to have our own site like we do in Dolores. The maintenance on it is minimal. The building's already painted the green that they want. Fix the window, put some security locks. We've already got grant funding for all of this, including cameras. The installation of putting the 8-tack and the ham stick on there could be anywhere up to $16,000. If we were to move the VHF repeaters, which, as the 911 board knows, that our VHF repeaters are in bad need of maintenance, and for us to move them, we would just get some new ones and stick them up on this site. So all of our equipment on Manistee would be on our own site. So Plan A is to lease the building, move our stuff over there, put up the site, clean up the building, put the racks in, have a generator up there, a 25K, probably a 15 would work, but a 25K, looking at the pricing, it'd be a little bit higher to do all this work, right? Plan B would be to lease the site and just to put the ham radio and the stick up there and leave it for future, whatever we need to put on that thing. Plan C is Spratlen, go find some other place to put those two pieces on. So I guess I've researched it to a point where I need you guys to tell me, stop going down the rabbit hole, or go down and see what you find out, a little bit more information on what it's gonna look like in the, in more detail. I've already got Empire, I talked to Andy. He's got me with the guy on what it costs to run a site, up there as far as electric goes.
What is it?
I don't know yet. I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting on what an install might cost to bring the other repeaters over. The ham repeater install, 100 foot of cable, and they just take solar panels, if we were just going to put the ham radio up there. Or the 8-tack, they can go with solar only, so I don't have to do the generator. So I would have to break it down in, plan A, B, C, and give you guys a better idea. But right now, I'm pretty busy on all these projects. Like I said, I went down that hole. That rabbit's down there. I just got to go find it. So I'm kind of asking you guys, do you want me to continue with this project? Or I mean, give you plenty of time. I mean, think about it. And let me know whenever or however. And then I can proceed a little more detail with the lease, the land, equipment, cost, et cetera. I know Dustin, we could haul the generator up there, we can install it, all that. The electrician would be the transfer switch, of course. And that box probably needs replacing, that old transfer switch up there. And then the meter, it was up to Empire. They were saying if the meter's still in good shape, we'll use it. Then it's $20 to turn it on. It needs a new meter, cost goes up. So kind of got an idea of what the cost might be, got a good idea on getting funding for it with grants and stuff, and then it would be sustainability would be basically what we have up at our tower right now. I mean, this doesn't need a fence around it or anything like the Dolores one does. So sustainability for that one would be the annual fee.
So this is just for redundancy, for the VHF if the 800 goes down?
Those two sticks, yes. And if we move the VHF over, then it's all in one place, and it'll be our own tower and our own generator
So
system.
the sustainability of it for me specifically, because, I mean, we're all talking about budgets, but
Yeah.
this is just going to increase something. So, one, and I don't want you to waste a lot of time, because if it looks like it's going to be,
Pretty exuberant, I can't
That
get
rabbit
grants.
is pretty big.
that rabbit might get very deep.
Right.
Yeah. So I wouldn't want you to waste a lot of time. But the last question, option C, is this is on the North Mountain, right? So the South Mountain is where all the other towers are at.
Right.
Or the southern
Right.
side. Why can't we just use one of those towers, or are those off limits to us because they're to a cellular?
Yes, a couple cells up there are off, no-go, and then the feds are up there, it's no-go. We're on Tri-State right now with one repeater, and that has a generator. So we're pretty happy with that one. Other than taking it down, doing maintenance, putting it back up, that's another discussion. The other repeater is on Empire Electric's, and they don't have a generator. So we have, remember the backup batteries you guys bought, 911? That's what's in there, and that'll last, 48 hours? So that was part of my plan, was to get them all over where it's all in one place and it's running by a generator.
I mean, the sustainability of it is what I've got to see.
Right.
Because if it's going to cost us X amount per year into perpetuity, I don't know if I would want to commit to adding something at this point in time.
Right.
But I'll let you guys talk.
I mean, for me, you keep going down that rabbit hole unless you run into a pretty big obstacle. And
Okay. I can bring it back, as
Yeah.
we move forward. I think the only grant funding, the stuff we already have in the shop, our in-kind work up there to paint it, fix the window, whatever, put racks in, et cetera, a lot of that can be stuff that we do. And I can be up there too with Dustin and his group, and we can get stuff organized. As far as the installation, that could be grant funded, some degrees, and that's what I gotta find out. And then the sustainability will be the lease, whatever he can come up with. And right now, we're at the lower mark, at 57 something, 5,700 a year. And we've been negotiating that, where we think it'll get down to 2,500.
And I understand that, but here again, we're looking at that $15 million reduction from the 800 system from the
Right.
state. So what's going to be our piece of that pie, which is more concerning to me than trying to add something? Because if the counties then
What's gonna
have to
happen
start
when we get fees?
picking that up,
Right.
what are those fees first?
Right.
That's my concern. So my reluctance here is this is just another ad, and
Right.
until I know what this $15 million piece of the pie that we're gonna have to absorb, because it's gonna happen.
That'll be $64,000 for you, sir, a
Well,
year.
Then this one's,
And we ain't paying 64,000, but yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying, that's what we're looking at.
yeah,
You know,
no,
when
I
we got
agree.
that email
And I
in
don't,
January, it's like, hey, wait a minute. So
Yep.
that's what I'm saying, I don't want you to waste a lot of time, just as one commissioner, these other two guys can tell you where they want you to go, but
right,
I think I think the redundancy of it for the VHF is a good idea. But just like the state legislature right now, we've told them all your good ideas have to be funded.
Right.
So you tell me how I can fund this into perpetuity with my revenue continuing to decline.
right.
And then now I'm getting more costs because of if they cut the 800 off. So
Right.
I'm reluctant to have you spend any more time, but I'll let these two
Maybe-
guys talk.
So what I'm hearing is I put together a spreadsheet, kind of basic stuff. Don't go down that hole too deep, but
Yeah.
have a look at the rabbit, let's put it that way. And kind of give you an idea, and then let's also wait and to see what the JBC does and how this funding comes out. And then with that, we can kind of say, all right, what do we want to do? I think that's fair. I don't think the 800 will ever go away, and they can't charge us $64,000 per, how much was it, Travis? 164 counties divide that 15 million, they can't do that. So how do we, we're not paying that. So we just use the regular repeater type stuff on our radios, which is this 8-tack, which I could find another spot for
So
it, so.
that's why I'm saying,
Right.
let's wait to see what the JBC does, because then that's gonna make a lot of decisions for us.
Right. I
If
thought they were gonna make that
if
decision.
they did it
first.
equally amongst each county, at the 15 million, it's $235,000.
Oh, drop in the bucket.
But it won't be equal.
No.
I mean, the
No,
big
and it
five,
can't
ours will
be,
be
and they
significantly
can't charge
less.
that anyway. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's gonna occur. They
This
may
is
have-
actually in La Plata County, right? Right at the top, right?
If I go just a little
You're not
further
hearing me.
to the
It's in La
east,
Plata
it'll be
County,
La
so we'll
Plata
get
County.
we'll get La Plata County to help us out here. All right.
Well, hey, the system will actually enhance their side too.
I know.
Maybe we can do a deal with the sheriff over there. So.
All right.
All right, that's all.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys.
See ya.
I'm sure I'll be talking to you here in a minute.
I'm sure you will be. All right. Emily, Miss Extension, come on down. Good afternoon.
Good to see you guys.
Emily, you got a lot of files, so you're gonna have to walk me through it.
I numbered them if that helps. You can just kind of follow that.
And Spratlen took 10 minutes of your 10.
Okay, well, we're doing awesome things. Should fund us all the way to the end. Giving you kind of an overview of some stuff that we've been up to. I'll go quickly. We had a beef symposium out at the Yellow Jacket Livestock Auction Barn. We had like 35 people attend. The Journal did a little write-up about drought planning, which unfortunately is a topic happening right now. That was in January. Also in January, hosted an Annie's Project class, which is a women in ag business class. So we had 12 graduates, about 16 participants in that. That's a 3-day program. So that was it's a really rewarding program. That's the second time I've put it on. There's like 18 different speakers to coordinate. So people really appreciated that. Been working with the health department and some other folks on cattle, crops, and coffee, but I'll talk about agritourism right now. So we had an agritourism workshop this weekend, and Commissioner Candelaria, I think you saw me driving there on Saturday. So we had about 30 people who came to this. We did really brief overviews, Small Business Administration, Region 9, the economic development directors from Amicus, Cortez, Toyoak were there. Just really brief things of like, this is what we can help you with. And then it was folks just visiting with each other, building, connections of how we can all work together. It's really cool to see lavender producers there, conventional ranchers, and everyone's trying to figure out how do I add just, more income or different revenue streams to my operation. So that was pretty cool.
And you did tell them we have the best compost made in the Four Corners area, right?
Compost didn't come up. There are a lot of other things that came up, but I'll add that in next time. So that was this weekend. This Cattle, Crops, and Coffee. This is part of the SAFE Coalition, which is a suicide prevention group here in Montezuma County. And based on the numbers, you had the coroner give some updates. So we're looking at our target demographic. Folks in agriculture, men, middle-aged men are, folks who that we're trying to target and, connect them with resources and just build community to know that we're all here for each other, that ag is a stressful, endeavor at times. And so we're like, well, what can we do to just kind of get together in a unassuming way? And so we're hosting these coffees. So we've hosted them at Fahrenheit and Bubba's, and we have folks who come, just do an hour, have coffee with each other and follow the conversation where it goes. So we're not focused on mental health. It's really, I'm doing this, you're doing that, and just talking to each other is what we're there for. So we have a few more coming up, March 27th and April 17th at Fahrenheit Coffee, April 10th at Bubba's, and April 15th at Mama Bear's in Dolores. And the coffee shops are more than happy to host us. It's business. So, it's all just building each other up. That's what we're aiming to do. I guess we have other grant things there, but I'll talk about, I had a livestock forage grower. I could talk about this. Okay. The Montezuma Leadership Network, they're hosting a kind of a guided discussion on concerns and solutions in the ag world. That's this Thursday. That came out of, at the Annie's Project, folks were talking about different concerns they have, and I was like, okay, well, how do you guys get together and talk about these things and find actionable solutions that the community can take? Whatever that might be. So maybe they're like, I need more compost. So, okay, how do we support, the landfill? Things like that. So there's really no agenda with that, just trying to have a format for folks to get together and work together. I'm going to wait for Travis now. Okay. Okay. Working with Good Sam's on some gardening classes, and that's part of the Lore Foundation. I'll be talking to you guys later about this, but we're going to kick off with a vegetable seed starting class. We have Matt Kiefhofer, he's going to present on that. Last time I checked, we already have 19 people signed up. So just trying to meet people where they're at on their vegetable gardening journeys and provide a great way to, give people the tools they need to maybe grow a little bit of their own food. What else do we have? This Wednesday, this is a group of Western Slope Extension folks. We get together every year for the Livestock and Forage Grower update. So this is a free webinar, 11 to 1 p.m. So we're talking about climate outlooks, hay, cattle, market outlooks, and now I'm trying to remember, what else do we have? I think some forage information, and then Dr. Kathy Whitman, who she spoke at the beef symposium, and people really liked her. She's our extension veterinarian specialist, and so she's going to talk about some really specific things surrounding nutrient needs for beef cattle, right before calving. So that should be a good one. So you can still sign up for that. And that's leading into drought. I'm hoping I jinx us and that we don't need all this drought planning stuff. I'm doing my darndest on it. So we have this drought planning workshop. We're going to talk about tools that you can use for drought planning. So like understanding, climate predictions, climate outlooks, how to use, if you have limited irrigation water, like the predictions from DWCD are about 5 inches right now for the Dolores project. So how can you best use that irrigation water that you do have? So talking about some strategies, but we're also going to walk through how to write a drought plan. So talking about like your trigger dates, what information are you going to gather, and then how are you going to make decisions, and just helping people do that in this workshop, because I've talked to farmers who they're like, yeah, you give me this information, I'm not going to go do this at home. I need to be, in a place where I'm doing this. It's just hard. Other things get in the way, but hopefully this will help with some decision making. We also have a buy hay, sell cow decision tool, so that can help just folks, make the best decisions they can with the information that they can. So that will be April 9th at the Lewis Areola Community Center. Then some horticulture happenings. I'll just talk generally about what we got going there. So the orchard pruning is underway. Todd, our program assistant, he's organizing master gardeners to get out there to help support the cleaning up of branches, things like that. There's a pruning workshop this Saturday, which I might have that later, but then we'll get our master gardeners together this Friday. We do a spring and a fall kind of gathering to gather them together. And then also we have master gardeners that will start our office hours back up in April. So this is a time that master gardeners are in our office to help with horticulture questions. So if you have a horticulture question, 'tis the season coming up here. So that'll get started in April and go through mid-September. This is a fun game of what will Travis bring up next. So now we're moving on to 4-H. We got some successes there. This is the junior livestock judging team from our county, which is really cool. These kids took 4th place, and they're just continuing to build. So we're really proud of those kiddos. I think the next one is a Crochet 101 class that Tierney has. So she's continuing to do a few of these little 4-H 101 tasters, just to get kiddos involved and see the different types of things that they can do with 4-H. And I think Justin mentioned it, but we're about to start really sharing this out with Temple Grandin coming. So she'll be coming May 2nd and 3rd. So on the 2nd, she'll be having an event with 4-Hers and FFA members, and that's free to attend. And then on the 3rd, we're going to do a beef quality assurance certification class. So we have Libby Bigler coming down from CSU to work with Temple Grandin and offer that certification out at the Yellow Jacket Livestock Auction. Some other random 4-H things that I don't think you have pictures for, so you can relax, Travis, is we have Tierney's been doing little 4-H 101, 201, getting people on track, and those have been really successful for new families. 4-H can be really confusing, so it's helping people kind of navigate the whole system. She'll be out at Ag Expo in the children's barn doing some different activities for kids. They're doing slime, bracelet making, leather craft, and a seed germination little activity. She has 10 youth attending the San Juan Basin Leadership Camp. It's a district camp with Archuleta, La Plata, San Juan, New Mexico, and Dolores counties, bringing their 4-Hers together for leadership skills. That's in April 4th and 5th. And then they have the district, which are those counties that I just mentioned. And so they're giving those kids the opportunity to show leadership and kind of choose different projects that they want to do. And so those kids chose that they want to have a dance. And so bless their hearts, the 4-H extension folks are hosting a dance for these kids in La Plata County. And I don't think I mentioned there's Youth Fest that's at the end of this month. So there's 5 kids going to that. It's a state event that's being held in Pueblo. And our numbers, Tierney said there are 217 4-H members. And that's up 15 from last year. And then 51 volunteers, and that's up 5 from last year. So I think we're doing pretty good and on increasing our numbers at hopefully a manageable amount, but providing a lot of different opportunities for all the different kind of parts of our office topics we can offer. So, I have one more thing that I didn't have any pictures on. Just going to mention this summer, I'm involved with 3 different CSU Extension interns. So I have one that is really being led by some graduate students that I work with on some range management projects throughout the state, and then down here on some, their dryland restoration projects. So we'll have that intern down here for that. I have one that's focusing related to agritourism, that this person will work with, where it's titled Profitability for Specialty Crops and Value-Added Activities Used in Agritourism in Southwest Colorado. So building some enterprise budgets for folks to figure out how they can be profitable with hosting classes or tours, and then also with some specialty crop things like lavender and orchard production, that there aren't really good numbers for people to make financial decisions around. And then the last internship that I'm really excited about, and I hope we can get really good information on, is it's addressing the shortage of veterinarians in rural southwestern Colorado. So we just did interviews, and we have some phenomenal veterinary students who applied for this position. And so hopefully the one that we've selected will be willing to do that. But it's connecting of why are students from CSU Vet College not practicing in rural areas such as southwestern Colorado, but then also asking veterinarians here, what issues are you facing, what are your needs, and then what are the community needs here. So trying to figure out what are all those different concerns and how we can kind of overcome some of those issues in actionable ways. Because I know it's long been a topic of conversation, but trying to figure out what steps we can take. So I've now probably taken more than the next person's 10 minutes, but do you all have any questions for me?
I have one, actually I have 2 comments, and that's all they are.
Okay.
One, thank you for your presentation that you gave out at the Livestock Association last month. That actually was beneficial, I think. I think it was a pretty good crowd. It was well attended.
Yeah.
Commissioner Copenhaver might know more on that than I would, but appreciate it. Thank you. And then secondly, I did stop by to have a cup of coffee again the other day, but I'm not sure your coffee maker is still working, or is it or not?
It is. Okay. So you
Okay.
came by, and I have stocked up on pods. We have creamer, we have sugar, we have done test runs with the coffee maker. So we got you, but you have to follow the directions. So I'm just putting that out there.
I think you all were the ones putting everything together.
Yeah. Well, I read the directions, but I am prepared for you to come over and you can have tea, coffee, decaf, so everyone's
So if you
invited.
remember right, she invited us all over to have
Yeah,
coffee at her
everyone can
place.
come over for
So I
coffee.
did.
Yeah.
I took the opportunity, and I never had anything. So thank
Yeah.
you very much. Appreciate it. I will stop by again.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions, coffee or not related? No.
Cutbacks are tough, aren't they?
Yeah. I bought the creamer myself. I'm just putting that out there. So, okay. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. All right, District Attorney. He's smiling because he'll say, I only need a minute anyway. How are you all? It's good to see you.
Yes.
Usually we see Miss Clarissa. Good to see you all.
Thank you for having us.
I know you guys are getting sick of my face anyway.
Well, you get a chance for a twofer. We got the Dolores County Commissioners here today.
Although these are just Montezuma County members, but we'll come up.
Just push the buttons on your mics.
Better.
So I just did our year-end kind of statistical outline for you guys a little bit. Obviously, our most concerning area is domestic violence. It is increasing in the area. I don't know that it's necessarily that it's happening more, but it is getting reported more. And I've talked with our victim witness unit. We really want to try to do some training with law enforcement and community support entities and whatnot. And I think it'd be beneficial to do something for the public too. When we take domestic violence cases to jury trial, they're hard to convict on. There's just sort of this mentality, well, yeah, sure, you know, significant others fight. And so we kind of need to change that mentality a little bit. You will see a huge decrease in the felony drug, and Mr. Reed was just mentioning it. That's because changes in the law. A lot of possession statutes and whatnot kind of went away. So, and he can address that more if you have any questions on it. But this is just sort of how we did in 2024. So I'll let Mr. Reed
Sure.
take over the rest.
Yeah, as far as the felony drugs, there's a reclassification of the laws. So a tremendous number of previous drug felonies became drug misdemeanors. So I think that's largely responsible for that large drop you see. The other numbers, certainly I would agree that domestic violence is the most concerning with that increase, and I think that increase is probably more attributable to law enforcement being better at recognizing it being reported more often. So both you have it being reported more often, and law enforcement is getting better at recognizing when they have a domestic violence case that requires an arrest and has some special statutory provisions. So I think that's a sign that we're actually doing better with domestic violence, not that we're having more domestic violence. And then I'm certainly open to any questions. I don't have a whole heck of a lot to tell you guys, but I certainly want to answer any questions you may have for the office.
Getting settled in, up and running?
We are getting there. There's certainly been a lot to do, but I think we're doing well. I'm hoping that in the near future we can find one more attorney. We're kind of with 4 attorneys, including myself. That's really kind of the minimum number I think we can have that we can function on a continuous basis. I think if we were to drop to 3, that'd be problematic pretty quickly. If we have 5 total, including myself, I think that makes it a little bit smoother operation. So I'm hoping we're able to find somebody in the relatively near future. We're certainly beginning the search.
Is that almost, I mean, Emily was just talking about veterinarians. It's like the workforce, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. I mean, we're in search for another attorney ourselves.
Yeah.
Is
There's
that
a lot
just,
of fields that healthcare, legal, there's a lot of fields that people are rapidly getting out of. I don't know if it was burnout post-COVID or
Yeah.
something, or
The other, and I certainly have a personal bent on this, but it's been my experience that law enforcement is, the people who are graduating law school are less interested in going into prosecution from my perspective than they are other areas, be it defense work or other areas of the law, and just being in civil practice. So I think when you add law enforcement into the job category, that makes it a little more difficult. Certainly we're in an area where I think historically, since I've been here, it's difficult to hire quality attorneys, no matter the situation. But I think that in many areas, we've just seen people fleeing the profession, just like a bunch of other areas. So it's tough to find good quality candidates. That has been the case for a number of years, and certainly still the case today.
we'll keep asking for more money to try to entice people, by the way.
oh, trust me, we're all asking for more money, but none of us are getting it.
I know.
If you find that tree,
Yeah,
shake
we'll
it-
let you know.
Shake it and
Yeah.
invite us all over.
We are looking at more grants. It's just unfortunate, a lot of the grants that we do get won't fund attorney positions unless there's some kind of specialty court, like domestic violence court or drug court or sex assault courts, things like that. And so it is a little tricky to get grant funding for prosecution. But, I mean, we have 2 entire departments that are grant funded right now, which is
We can find grant funding for a lot of things. Just for the practicing attorneys, it's tough because our attorneys do all the cases. We really just aren't able to justify having specialized prosecutors that you do sex assault, you do homicides. We just don't have enough cases to justify that. It would be tremendously difficult, I think, to have specialty prosecutors, which I think it cuts both ways. I think it's great because our prosecutors know how to do all of the cases and get a better breadth of experience, and are able to take on any case we have come up. Obviously, when you have a specialty prosecutor, they become very, very good at one specific type of case. I'm glad we don't have the numbers in those very serious felonies to warrant that.
Good enough. All right.
Anything else?
I feel like I need to take up more time. Everybody
I don't-
before me did much better.
No, I'm doing great.
I'm pretty good at talking. I could probably work something out.
I like the numbers that are down.
Yeah.
Let me put it that way, or at least not over 100%.
Yeah, we're pretty close to what we were averaging pre-COVID right now. So, we're kind of getting back into our normal operation of things.
Yeah, which is good, which is
Yeah.
encouraging.
Yeah. I mean,
So.
we like to see crime down, but
Sure.
it's not the nature of humanity, so here we
Right.
are.
You have to live in this community also.
Yes.
All right.
I promise you, everyone down there is working hard to keep it safe and make it safer.
Well, thank you both. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Commissioner, do you have anything? Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
gentlemen.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
rest of your
you all.
day.
You too.
Thanks.
All right. Now we have our guest, our visiting guest from Dolores County, our Board of County Commissioners. Come on down. You all three can come on up. We have
Thank you guys for having us.
Eric Stiazny, I believe, if I get this wrong, correct me, Phyllis Davis, and Linda Yellowman, right? All right, well, welcome. If you guys will turn on those mics, pull them close so that everybody on TV will hear you. We'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for
just-
having us, Chair.
You bet.
Yeah, starting out, mentioned to you before, we just sent in a letter of support to our legislators for the NCA Dolores River NCA. Pretty clear right now, without that, we're still at risk of a monument. Without that buffer, it's important for us to get it in and push back on the wild and scenic. NCA is the best way to go. It's been in the works for many years, as you guys know, and it can be an example of how to collaborate. I wish they could work that in up north too, to push back on the monument. Sent in a similar letter. Garfield County submitted a letter to our legislation seeking to pause wolf reintroduction. We sent in a letter in support of that. I don't know that it's going to do any good, but hopefully we can at least make our concerns known on that end. It's going to come regardless. They're going to be here. Trying to deal with the accessibility issues, as I'm sure you guys are. It's going to be a nightmare coming up a few months, but making some headway with that. As you know, we're a fairly new board. Phyllis and I are in this year. Linda's in her second year. Drinking from a fire hose right now, but trying to make headway in light of drops in revenue and trying to make things happen.
Well, good. Thank you, Eric. I mean, obviously, I've seen you at CCI now, and I've seen you on the Zoom links. It's good to see you guys involved and continue that, what was going on. I did have the opportunity to talk to Congressman Hurd. Travis and I had a special meeting set up with him, which was specifically to the NCA. It was brief because we ended up, he had to get on the floor for a vote, so we were running under the tunnels, back and forth, trying to figure out where we were even going. We did finally meet up, but we did pass that along for Dolores County also, that you guys would be sending those letters of support in. When I talked to John Whitney, and Commissioner, maybe you've talked to him later than I have, but it did sound like it was going to get possibly reintroduced sometime soon. So we'll kind of see where it goes from there. And hopefully, it'll be a pushback on that monument, specifically down here, but that's really off the table for us because we have this in the works right now.
Yeah.
So we kind of have an avenue or a path forward, hopefully, and it gets something accomplished in this Congress. Anything else on that, Travis?
On the NCA?
Mhm.
No, we had like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, it
to
was
spill it all out.
super quick. But we caught up to him later in another meeting also, so other conversations with him there. But do you guys have any questions of us? Obviously, reach out to us for help if you need anything or if you have questions. I know what drinking through a fire hose is like, because it seems like we all do it at points and times in our lives. So if you guys need any help, definitely reach out to us.
Thank you.
Okay, we will.
Commissioners, do you have any?
No, it's good to see you guys.
Oh, thank you for having us. We may need it this summer if it's dry and we have some bad fires, so.
Yeah.
Well, we're hoping it rains.
Yeah.
We're supposed to have something the end of the week, we hope.
Hopefully.
And thanks for supporting the NCA type deal, because we put a lot of work into this thing. It's the only way we're gonna ever get that wild and scenic off of that river. And every time they keep studying it, we end up with some other outstanding, remarkable value. And already one of those fish is on there, so everybody knows what fish need. If they ever get listed, they're gonna need water.
Water rights are good.
And this, such a critical thing for our whole community and area. I think we're silly not to try to do everything we can to preserve every bit of it we have. So.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, and I feel like it's the best example of collaboration between all the stakeholders too. Yeah, it's no brainer.
All right. Okay.
If there's anything we can do to help you out, let us know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys do the same.
Yes,
bet.
we will.
Good to meet you.
Thank you all.
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it. Nice to meet you. You're more than welcome to stick around too. We only have about another hour.
Okay.
It's going to be short, but yeah.
Up next, we'll stick around for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please stick around. I mean, you don't have to run off at all. We kind of interesting to see what else is going on in other jurisdictions that are our neighbors. So.
Water and coffee and hot water back there, help yourself.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Next, we have a letter of support for the Dolores Watershed Collaborative. And who's taking this? Oh, right here. All right. I don't have a name, so you'll have to introduce yourself. Turn it on.
Candelaria, my name is Nina Williams. Good afternoon, commissioners, and also commissioners of Dolores County. This is a joint presentation to both boards, please. I am the coordinator and facilitator of the Dolores Watersheds Collaborative. We are a network of stakeholders that work kind of across boundaries and across agencies and across land ownership to work on forest and watershed resilience to wildfire risk and other disturbances such as drought. We have our roots in the Ponderosa Pine Forest Partnership that came together in 1992 with Commissioner Colbert and Dudley Millard, who was representing Colorado Timber Industry Association back then, San Juan National Forest, and Mike Preston, who was working as federal lands representative at that time, to build a way for people in this community to work with forest management to decrease wildfire risk and promote forest health as well as forest products industry. So I am here at the request of our stakeholders. We had a meeting, well, let me just back up. We are a program under Onward, but I do have a coordinating team that is kind of my leadership, and actually 3 of our coordinating team members are here in this room. So I'll introduce Emily Lockard and Commissioner Stiasny and James Dietrich. You moved. And together with those 3, our coordinating team is David Sitton with Aspen Wallwood, San Juan National Forest. We have a professional forester. We have a rec and environmental rep on our coordinating team. So we're a broad-based collaborative representing lots of parts of our community. And we had a meeting last week, and they requested that I come request from both counties, Dolores and Montezuma County, a letter of support to our congressional delegation to continue to fund our work. And I'll say a little bit about how that works. We get a modest amount of federal funding through the Farm Bill every year. It's about $60,000. It's through a forest program in the Farm Bill. And with that funding, since 2022, we've brought in over $3 million of state and private funding to work with private landowners and our federal agencies to do forest thinning projects, fuel breaks, wildfire mitigation, and those sorts of projects in the Dolores and Amicus watersheds. And those funds are being spent here locally on those types of projects. The other project that we are now working on, Commissioner Copenhaver, I'm glad you brought up water, is really trying to understand more about the relationship between forest thinning projects and water availability and water in the forest. It's long been thought that the more trees we cut down, the more water will then be available because the trees aren't taking it up. But recent studies are showing that there are competing effects, that as we thin the forest, there's more solar radiation melting the snowpack quicker, and that as we open up patches of forest, the amount of soil that we're losing from, the amount of water we're losing from evaporating from the soil is starting to counterbalance that impact. So we have some funding to kind of look at experimental forest treatments that might help actually preserve, or let me say, delay snow melt, and actually try to design forest treatments that are holding the snowpack in our watershed longer. Basically shortening summer in a sense, and reducing the time between snowmelt and the onset of monsoons so that we can keep our forests healthy and keep that water in the water cycle. So let's see. We're also working on a wildfire ready action plan funded through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, which will look at ways in which we can reduce the hydrologic impacts from post-fire flooding and debris flows if we get a large fire in the Dolores watershed that could burn at such an intensity that flooding, erosion, debris flows, and sedimentation could increase and impact our water supplies. So this is a grant that is really looking at fire impacts on water resources and water quality in the Dolores watershed. So we think we're still getting paid, but we're not sure. There hasn't been any direct communication about a freeze on we have a partnership agreement with San Juan National Forest. We are hoping that that gets continued. We're funded under a statutory legislative collaborative forest landscape restoration program, which, as I said, is part of the Farm Bill. And so I think our request to both of the commissioners would be if you would consider a letter of support to the delegation, just asking that they continue these types of partnership agreements. Right now, the federal freeze is preventing our agreement from being reinstated, and it runs out in July. So we're just wanting to increase the awareness of the importance of this type of work, especially in the semi-arid Southwest, where we know that fire risk and water availability are key in this area. So I could go on, but can I answer any questions, or do any of our coordinating team members wish to chime in here? We work in both Dolores and Montezuma counties. We're working with the towns of Rico, towns of Dolores, folks that are on our regular participants in our stakeholder meetings, our Colorado Timber Industry Association. Mr. Zaster even shows up sometimes, and he's working on, we'll be working on our wildfire ready action plan with him, kind of coming up with a post-fire playbook for if the shit really hits the fan with fire. Both counties, Mr. Dietrich is a regular participant, and a whole slew, State Forest Service, State Department of Natural Resources. We worked on a grant application with Empire Electric to bury power lines along the West Fork, which was unfortunately not funded, but hopefully we'll have a new one. Yeah, so, also we work closely with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe as well.
I don't really have any questions. I have a statement. And Travis, I'm trying to look through my notes here, but the reauthorization of the Farm Bill, I thought they had given us kind of a projected date, but I'm not finding it right now. They're looking at reauthorizations to obviously a lot of things right now. The Farm Bill, SRS for us, which would also be for you all, PILT. And those reauthorizations haven't even come basically to the table yet, so.
I think it's September for the Farm Bill, but I wouldn't quote me on that. I'm not sure. There was some concern with the stakeholders that with the continuing resolution deadline coming up on
March
Friday,
14th, yeah.
Friday, that the potential for a budget shutdown would shut down all partnership agreements, and I think there's just uncertainty over which, even if the Farm Bill is reauthorized, which pieces of it may or may not get reauthorized.
Right.
So.
Yeah, this Friday will be kind of a big deal figuring where they're at. But obviously the Farm Bill's not going to go away. I think even in President Trump's speech the other night, Tuesday night, I think he made it very specific. I think he said, "I love farmers, and we will do everything that we can to move things forward." So, I mean, I would just like to let everybody take a breath, kind of, just pause and relax. I don't think everything is going to go away. Obviously, some things are going to go away, but I think they're going to continue to do the work that's actually boots on the ground that are getting things done. I think they're going to cut anything out of any program that they're not seeing real action taking place. And that's just kind of my personal opinion of what I heard last week out there. And Travis, you can expand on that if you'd like. But
Yeah, I was because I went to the Ag and Rural Affairs session, and you talked briefly about the Farm Bill. Obviously was expired in 2023 is my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2023, and they're looking at the 2025 Farm Bill, but what they're worried about based upon the funding freezes is there was overspending in the infrastructure aspect of it, and they're trying to do some streamlining in the 2025 Farm Bill, and what they're saying is some of the commitments already made might not be continued. So that was just a brief.
And I think that's where we might see an impact, is whether or not they would include some of the forestry programs that have, and I don't understand how things get entered into the Farm Bill completely. It's a pretty big, it's a pretty big omnibus bill, but yeah, so it is the forestry piece. And just the last thing was that the request was that this might be a joint letter from Dolores County and Montezuma County, or anyways, the request is to both counties.
I think it would be better if they were individual letters from each county.
Yeah, the way this is presented to us today is an individual from Montezuma County, and I would assume it's the same for Dolores County. So
okay.
You actually have two counties that are working together.
This one says from Dolores and Montezuma.
Oh, it does.
So
I thought I just saw the signature page from both of us. So, okay.
Well, we can.
All right.
Do it
Questions? Do you guys have any questions for her? I guess.
Yeah.
So with that, we can bring it back and to our board. Yeah, look at doing two separate letters. I guess we did the same thing, just individually.
Thank you.
And that way you don't have to come back out and make another presentation to us unless you want to.
This was your idea to come today.
Yeah.
Like,
You got it.
Two eggs and two birds in one stone, or whatever.
You got us all at one shot. That's
I know.
pretty rare.
I appreciate that privilege for sure.
Appreciate it. All right, gentlemen, we'll deal with this letter of support tomorrow. Do you have any other questions at all for Ms. Williams?
Thank you.
All
We
right.
appreciate it. Thanks so
Thank you.
much.
All right.
Okay, sounds good. And the tribe's gonna consider one as well, so, all right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Travis, you and I are up next. Kind of give just a brief legislative update from the meetings that we had last week. We were out there in DC. I'll start and then we can just kind of tag team this. But I spent most of my first 2 days in public lands dealing with obviously SRS, PILT, trying to figure out, for sure, SRS is funds 742 counties throughout the United States. Obviously, Dolores and Montezuma County happen to be one. Some people think that it has a chance. I asked the specific question of what kind of a chance? I mean, give me something, what kind of a chance? And he said, well, maybe 50-50. So 50-50, I don't know, however you want to gamble with that one, I'll leave that up to you guys also. But I'm not thinking that SRS, whether it's Title I, Title II, or Title III, most of our money that we get in Montezuma County comes for Title I. I know we use a lot of Title III money that we use for emergency management, but I'm not thinking that we're going to get a lot of that money, if any at all. I'm not 100% hopeful. I will tell you that they are, from the BLM and the National Forest Service, from all of the people that presented to us out there, they are fully staffing the wildland firefighters for the upcoming season. So both the BLM and the Forest Service stated the same thing. So those guys, if you hear that they're all being cut, that's actually not true. They are being filled, or they're getting filled as quick as they can fill the positions, I guess I should say. They're working extensively on the fuel reduction projects. So some of that could be right in line with what you all are doing for fuel reductions and forest health. And then we adopted all of our resolutions out there in public lands to move forward in one clean sweep. So that was, there was a lot of conversations in those 2 days, getting all the presentations done. PILT, there's another one. Not sure what you guys get, but when we did the math, I met with Lisa Poole, Senator Hickenlooper's aide out of Durango. What we're getting on our PILT funding right now is 48 cents per acre, which is pretty minimal. Here again, if that, is it going to get funded? Is it not going to get funded? If it doesn't, they're going to go back to the 1908.
Original language?
Yeah, original language. And the funding then would start, I think, 64%?
They're gonna start it at 64%, but if they go at the 1908 language, it's 25% of the product removed from the forest.
Correct. So let's open up the forest to help forest health and get something moving out of there. But the other issue that we have, and this came up in a lot of our conversations, is because the logging has been diminished by the last 30, 40, 50 years. I don't know what you have in Dolores County, but here in Montezuma County, we only have, I think now, 2 operating mills, and they're very small. So we don't have the infrastructure now to even take the logs out of the forest to put them into play. So that was part of the conversation as we're going forward, and I'll get back to you here in just a minute. So although it does help with the Forest Service to look at some of that, we're also saying, well, I mean, we've got to, I'll use the term disaster. I don't think it's a disaster, it's a nuisance, but it could turn into a disaster up here on T Road, that we're dealing with the with the ironwood mill and what happened up there. So, you know, there's a consequence to every decision that we make, and that's what people are trying to deal with now. Well, if we can get all the logs out of the forest, what do we do with them? Because all the mills, we really don't have the infrastructure anymore for it. I'll stop right there and let you make a quick comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that Montrose Forest Products, Ponderosa Pine Mills back online. So many of the sales that are being cruised and marked right now in the Salter landscape, as well as Lone Pine, the large logs, the saw logs, will be going most likely to Montrose Forest Products, and the smaller diameter stuff probably going to local contractors here. But Montrose does hire local loggers, so we do get some jobs through that, even though the big logs go up there.
Good.
So that's new. They were kind of down for a while, but they've got that big new facility up there. So that's
they're back online then.
They're getting back online.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, Travis, with that, I'll let you take off, do some of yours, and then we'll go back and forth here.
Okay. Again, I went to the Ag and Rural Affairs session, and I also attended Justice and Public Safety as it relates to Ag and Rural Affairs. Talked a lot about land use regulations. They're implementing rules and procedures, and the people implementing these rules and procedures have no understanding of agriculture. So that was a pretty heated conversation there for a little bit. They talked about some renewable energy and the farms being turned into renewable energy facilities and the loss of farmers. Talked about chicken vaccinations and how they're going to be able to give 3 shots for bird flu to each chicken. And one of the commissioners asked how that was going to happen, and they would like to see it. So talked about the economic outlook of some agriculture. Farmers, crop farmers and ranchers, there's a disparate market. The crop farmers are not getting the cheapest amount available for their grain. So there's a competition occurring there. They're concerned about automation because we're losing farmers, basically because of farmers are aging out of the industry, so they're worried about automation and corporations taking over through mechanization. Big conversation about SNAP benefits, because SNAP benefits comes out of the Farm Bill. The panel identified that it's overly relied upon SNAP benefits, and actually last year they have $5 billion that's unaccounted for through SNAP across the nation. So they're trying to identify where that $5 billion went. We just talked about the Farm Bill a little bit. Disaster resilience, again, that falls under the USDA. So discussion was about funding, and they provide that money to the state, and I just shouldn't say the state, the states, who ultimately misappropriates that money, and it never hits the rural counties. So that was a concern. And I was really confused about this one because it seems like broadband is in every aspect, whether it's criminal justice, public lands. I didn't have any idea that broadband was in the ag. And so I had a discussion about making sure that just let it land where it needs to land. Because if you have a broadband in a farm bill and the state sees broadband, well, it never hits the farms. So that was my concern. And then I jumped into criminal justice and emergency management. So you're next, Commissioner.
All right. I'm going to talk a little about the WIR board. And this is where we had a great presentation from the Bureau of Land Management from John Raby. He's the acting director of the BLM right now. And one of the things that they're trying to do is the regulatory responsibilities to turn things around quicker. So what does that really mean? Because I had to ask him that question. It's like, well, what does that mean, quicker? Because everything that we do doesn't seem like it takes years. So his response to me was that quicker means that 12 months, 6 months is what they're wanting to shoot for, nothing less than 12 months. And on their EAs, nothing over 2 years. So 2 years or less, that's actually pretty good. It's way better than what we're dealing with right now. I think that it continues and continues on any of that. So that was good to hear. They talked a lot about housing and the BLM properties that they have, and I looked at it in Montezuma County. There's nothing here in BLM ground that we could possibly use that would do anything for housing because there's no infrastructure. Their properties that they have close to our facilities, I mean, we don't have water, sewer, power. It would be a stretch for housing for us. That is when I did hear that that payment would go back to that 1908 payment. And then that was the conversation that came up about existing mills, the workforce. We're all struggling with workforce right now. And that actually is work. You know, you actually have to have loggers to go out there and cut the trees. You actually have operators. You actually have mill workers. So that was part of the rural development conversation. And, you know, I think we all understand the issues that we're facing. It's just we're trying to figure out how to put them together and how to fix them. Let's see.
I think also in the WIR, Commissioner, they talked about energy, and
oh yeah,
their discussion was, it wasn't really about renewables, it was about oil, gas, coal, nuclear, and geothermal.
They didn't talk about nuclear, but I brought the conversation up.
Well, there was a discussion, so it must have been your.
It was right after that, because they did bring up the geothermal, because I had just gotten your email about the nuclear conversation, and really that's a conversation I'm gonna, you know, put it back to you guys as a board also. That's a conversation that we have to start having. We are gonna run out of, as bad as I hate to say it, the energy source is diminishing quickly. So it's something that should be on everybody's radar to see what we can start doing as far as that. We did spend all day on Capitol Hill on Tuesday. The message that CCI collectively sent out, because we took a packet, which was a CCI message, not specifically to Montezuma County. We talked about transportation. We tried to hit we broke up into teams of 6. There were 60 of us that went out there, and we tried to hit as many different Congress and senators that we possibly could. And funding, specifically in Region 5, which we are all in Region 5, we have the lowest funding from CDOT that we can possibly get throughout the state. So we're just trying to ask them to make sure that they give enough money to fund transportation, whether that's planes, trains, or automobiles. It's all transportation. We talked about SNAP and TANF, and what was the third one, Travis?
Medicaid?
No, that came up, but it wasn't Medicaid. Anyway, I'll find it here in a minute. So that message was given to all of them collectively as CCI voted. I don't know, Eric, if you were out there that day that we took those votes in January. So collectively, CCI put those together, and that's what we went as a Colorado delegation to give to the congressman out there. I will talk to you a little bit about Medicaid. We had the opportunity to meet with Congressman Crank. I think he lives in Colorado Springs, so he understands transportation, obviously, in the Front Range, but Medicaid more specifically. And this is another place where I want to ask people just to, you know, take a pause, relax, take a breath. But what his statement to me, and he put it, made it sound, pretty good, was that if we have $10 that we have to get distributed to somebody and it's taking $6 to administer it, we're really only getting $4 to that person, and that's what we've got to stop. So the pause is just to figure out how to pull back the reins, keep the horse from running away, figure out how to get what we need to have, get the bureaucracy out of it, and to get the money where it actually needs to be. So again, these were super short meetings, and we had three items that we had to talk about. We were only allotted 30 minutes at a time with each one of these people, so we were all moving around pretty quick. All right, Travis, what else you got?
Briefly, I went to the Criminal Justice and Emergency Management breakout session. Discussion talked about federally qualified health centers, FQHCs, for inmate health programs. And I did reach out to Mr. Thine, and we're going to set up a meeting to see if that is even remotely doable for our county. They talked about the Endangered Species Act for emergency management and the National Flood Insurance Program. That is a wreck. Basically, your footprint, if you have a flood and you rebuild, your footprint has to be, it has to allow for endangered species. So if you take a tree out or a tree gets wiped out, you have to replace that tree. If you raise your driveway 2 inches to get it above where you need it, you got to go somewhere else on your property and take 2 inches off. So the footprint has to be the same. And that come out of an issue with in Oregon. Then the last one was they discussed liability for law enforcement. They was trying to present a resolution supporting a cap on the 1983 civil rights claims. But they withdrew it. That was a very heated conversation. Basically, it revolved around making sure the attorneys got their money. So
No.
yeah. So there was no discussion about victims. It was all about making sure. No offense, but that's what the discussion.
Yeah, I'm trying not to take that personally, Travis.
Let's see. And then we had a RAC meeting. I'll let you jump into the RAC delegation.
Well, I'm kind of looking at time, and we still have quite a bit to go, but there are a couple key takeaways, and I want to leave you with one of them. And I was talking with Commissioner Stiasny about this in the beginning. It takes a lot of effort for us just to get back there and doing what we have to do. But I will tell you that having these personal conversations and creating these this engagement and dialogue with these people, it's super critical, because now they know who we are, they have our cards, and it's a lot easier to get a phone call, an email, or a text to them with a response. So some people may look at it differently, but I can tell you in the seats that we all sit in, it's paramount that we continue these types of conversations and engagement with the critical delegation. And I will leave that at that. Now, if you really want to talk about the key takeaways about the funding sources, I have a 2-page email that I can share with you, but it's complex, and what they're trying to do between the House and the Senate as far as how they're approaching this. The House is coming at it from 2 bills, the Senate's coming at it from 1. They'll figure it out, they'll come up with something, and then all of a sudden this has to get voted on in a continuing resolution that they have to get done by the end of this week. So it's pretty complex. We had an amazing presentation from a gal, super smart, from NACo, Erin Murray. I don't think she's an attorney, but she sure talks like an attorney. Super sharp gal. But I do have that, and I can share that with you. Actually, if you look in NACo's, if you guys get any of their updates, you can look at that and look at some of their stuff in there. And with that, I will stop. All right. We'll move on. Emergency Operations Fairgrounds Center, Mr. Spratlen, come back. Or I guess, is Emily with you on this one too?
No, that's the next one.
Oh, okay. All right. Phaedra.
I'm that penny, that old penny you keep trying to throw away. I'm back. Gentlemen, hello again.
How are you? Glad you can make it.
Doing well.
Are you back asking for more money?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip home, guys.
So we got looking at the congressional spending grant again. The board approved it. We put in for it last year. We didn't receive that grant, so we figured we can go ahead and submit it again because we still have the same need. I talked with Lisa Poole, Hickenlooper's office. I talked with John Whitney, Bennett's office. They encouraged us to go ahead and submit. It started out with a 75% chance it was going to fly to a 25, and then because of all the information that we all know that's going on, it's back to a 50-50. So we're not sure whether it's going to fly or not. We did add some increase in the figures based on cost by the time we get this thing awarded. RFPs, whatever we got to do, it's definitely going to be, so we didn't want to get stuck with trying to do the build out and not having, the proper funding.
Yeah.
So with that, it's before you, and
I think the budget, do you have the budget? Oh,
oh,
I
okay.
sent the budget. So we're requesting $185,955. So the matching funds would be Conservation Trust of $70,318, and then Emergency Management has a federal grant of $25,000. Because it requires 25% matching, so we would be covered with that.
So the lion's share of it's going to be, of ours is going to be out of CTF, the 70,318?
Yes. And there's we have a reserve of around 550,000.
And then we're going to, so here's my question, because this is kind of a dual operation. So Justin's going to be able
Justin.
to utilize it also?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It primarily, of course, an EOC. We're going to utilize it and build it all out, but that's the strength of it. It's for continuity of operations, BOCC room, in case something happens here. County training facility, which we're always in need of. Media center for businesses, if you deem that's okay to have, and all of that's really good. The weaknesses, we're not going to get the grant or the matching funds required, which we're kind of talking about now. Opportunities, it's great opportunities for all those things. So I put the SWAT in there, so you guys got a pretty good idea. And we'll see if it flies. That's a 50-50. I got another rabbit hole with some other funding too, so we'll see how this goes and what else we can do. But I got the 25,000 still in the dugout waiting to be used for the electronics of this thing. So I think that's good. I want to say another year and a half, and then I have to turn it back.
So for the operations and sustainability of this seems like this would be a lot easier since we already have this structure there as far as sustainability, correct?
Right.
Yep. We have a new solar system on it, so we should still be able to net zero.
Yep.
There shouldn't be much of an add or much of a draw. You'll be able to utilize it as a secondary source of income, hopefully.
Yep.
I mean, hopefully.
I think it'll be more revenue versus.
The only thing is it's a 50-50 chance, which
Right.
I guess.
If we do have a big fire, we can convert a lot easier than we have in the past.
Correct, yeah. And then we can work in those 2 rooms with the incident management team as well as us.
Right.
So it's real cohesive. Work really well.
The next thing he's gonna ask for is more showers out there.
All he's got to do
Well,
is
I
stand outside.
I
and
think
wait
with
for
the
it to
funding,
rain.
we might get a restroom up there anyway.
You don't need to rest.
No, I've got floor plans.
Well, our
We've gone down that rabbit hole.
Our stair lift works, so we can get a porta potty up there now.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
No, just
All right.
whatever you guys decide for tomorrow, yeah.
Next.
Yep.
All right. All right, we'll talk about the community. I'm curious to hear about this one.
Okay.
Community Animal Response Team Presentation. Miss Emily, come on down.
Hey,
Come and join the crowd.
have a seat.
Speaking of those pennies that won't go away.
Right? So, well, let me start out. Emergency management deals with 15 ESFs, emergency support functions. So I have to deal closely with communications, transportation, fire, law enforcement, agriculture, all those different functions, and I usually don't run them. I just work with them closely, give them any support I can, and then during an emergency, maybe not a disaster, I call upon that emergency support function lead and say, I need help. So in communications, setting up, ComL towers or transportation, get a hold of the lead in that, and they'll start getting school buses to help evacuate people, et cetera. So with that, us 3, ended up getting involved in large animal sheltering tabletop last year. We thought, well, we don't really have a huge plan. We don't have anything really solid. And we continued with that. We got involved with the state and CSU and some other counties, just having a discussion about, what do you do if, and the rollovers that we've had with large animals, evacuation of large animals when you have time to evacuate them. Otherwise, you open gates and you hope for the best. So we learned a lot in the tabletop, a lot of study been going on it. And we thought, well, we could put together a small little procedure, which I think I said to you guys, and it's just a short procedure on what we would be thinking of doing when we have an evacuation. And we've had quite a few evacuations throughout the county for wildfire. Sometimes it's super fast, and we don't have a chance to use this group. But this group, it's well known across the United States, and Pueblo's got 200 and something page CART policy, and we're not doing that. Ours is like 3. But part of that is the Community Animal Response Team, and it's called a CART. It's similar to the CERT team, except the CART team are basically ag. They know their stuff, they have trailers, et cetera. So part of that training is to see who's interested, build this team, bring them in, and then start having our monthly trainings like we did, or a couple weeks in a row, an hour or 2 at night. And part of this today is also, supply them with some gear, small gear, nothing major, not like we did with the CERT team. And I have grant funding with the Lore Foundation, up to $5,000, so that's in here as well. And try to build this team up. The response, the purpose of it is basically to collaborate with emergency management when the sheriff needs help as well to start moving some animals. So this is what we've decided, that we thought it was a great idea. There's no cost to the county. If the additional volunteers, of course, they are going to volunteer. They work for the county, so they sign the waivers, and they're on the insurance. No extra cost on the insurance. It's a standard cost. It's $300 across the board yearly. So And sustainability is cost, zero. If we don't have the funding, they have their own gear. If we don't get any interest or people leave, we'll have 2 people to help us, or we'll have 40 people to help us. So we're looking at some other ideas as well, but the training is really simplified, and making sure that their equipment is worthy on the street, and they're still liable for their own stuff. So it's kind of where we're at. We're looking, this is Dolores County and Montezuma County. Another joint effort that we did with the CERT team. We're doing the same with the animal team. And we've been having several meetings on this with Dolores County, and they're all on board. But I think they're bringing it before their board, or they already did. The third.
I think they're talking to their commissioners maybe next week. So I think, extension and emergency manager are on board, but so I think they still need to talk with their commissioners, see how they're doing.
Right, and the lead on this is CSU, ag, animals. But we're trying to work it together to build this team. Public health, of course, Trent's here. So that's where we're at, just looking for support. And I got the grant in there, talking to Nikki the other day, and I was adding up different pieces of equipment, but we don't, pretty sure it's around $4,000, $450, so, or 4,500. So I put in the 5,000 to get some harnesses, a go bag, gloves, vests, so they can be identified, etc. So that's where we're at with it. And I talked with the sheriff, because he's the one that will, say, hey, I need this, and he's all on board with it too. So far we got support from everybody except the 3 gentlemen in front of us.
What do you have to add?
Well, I guess I do not come from an emergency management background, and so Jim looks at me and says, if there's an emergency, I'm calling you. And I see this as a tool to know what we should do, but we've really pared it down from the other examples that we have from larger counties to just be like, okay, this is just a basic plan of who we're communicating with and how that can flow. So I see this as a tool to be helpful, that hopefully we don't need it, that we can get people trained a little bit. Like I've put out there just simple things like, how do you ensure your trailer is in good working condition? Have you checked the tires since you pulled it out, last year? We're talking about pretty basic stuff, but that can have really big impacts if they're not kept up. So we don't want to go overboard, but we want to have kind of tools in our toolbox that we can deploy if we're called out. That's my goal with it. And I have talked with some producers. Tierney and I got together. We kind of created a list of folks that we could call upon, and then just in conversation with different people as I visited with them about this, that people are willing and interested in participating, and just making sure that we know who those people are who are interested. So when something happens, it's a quick, easy phone call, and they know what they're being asked to do and where their liability is, because they're a volunteer, so it's their horse trailer, it's on them.
Questions?
Pretty simple. It's a small operation. It's not going to be, like you said, it's just trying to, I guess, get a little planning going on someone we're going to call when that trailer rolls over on 491. Instead of having a bunch of self-deployment and everybody showing up and moving animals to different areas, and we'll have a little more structure on where we're going to move them and what we can do to help or pin them somewhere else, et cetera. So mainly large animals. We're not doing reptiles, no reptiles, but large animals, and then if we have to, the smaller pets, in the housing. And we've already got that agreement with the shelter. So. And the cost is all on them, of course.
Do you interface with all of the first responders, fire departments, EMS, so that they know that they're there? Because sometimes it's just like, surprise.
I know.
And this would be a way to off-burden our first responder professionals from having to do something that lesser trained folks are more than capable of addressing.
Yeah, I remember a situation where first responders had to referee a fight.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it. Get the resource there and let everybody know there's a resource. I mean, it took a while. Remember Red Cross? A lot of people didn't even think they could help. We had one person in with the whole region.
I don't
So.
necessarily, I mean, I know the purpose of planning and what it takes to plan, but, and I'm looking at the funder. This is a lower foundation, so, you know, it's $5,000. We're going to come up with a plan, but this is one of those things that will, the minute I say this, it'll happen, but very rarely happen. I mean, in 30 years, I think I had one cattle truck turnover that we had to deal with. And I'm not saying it couldn't happen 10 of them tomorrow. But, you know, what do they do when they drop off the team? Does that bag still go with them? Does it get passed on? I mean, how does, I mean, there's a lot of questions that I could ask. I'm not going to at this point in time. It's kind of an outside funding source. Because, you know, people, if they're not active and they're not doing something to use their skills, it kind of just goes away. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. That's why it's important to establish the relationships and maintain them over time, so that when we're not in a blue sky day, we can make that call, have the right resource show up.
Correct. So you have enough funding to take care of that this year, but I guess what I'm saying is, what are you going to do next year and the year after and the year after and the year after and the year after?
Right.
I mean, there
And
could be
then
10 years you don't have anything that you even have to pull this team together with. I understand the engagement and the resources. I'm not against that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, I'll stop. Do you guys have anything
I
else?
think the other, if I can comment, I think is the good part is leveraging the community resources too. That's why we're not buying trailers or anything, is using
Right.
people who already have the skills and equipment who
Right.
can deploy that.
And we try to keep up monthly trainings, just, you know, put in an exercise, start working in different people's residents with their animals and, you know, getting used to doing different things. But just keep that going, and that's cost-free. I mean, I can buy donuts out of my own budget again.
And I think on that is like where extension, you know, we can play a role is especially in the education piece of, you know, someone magical is not coming to save you, that you need to have your own safety equipment. You need to be prepared to evacuate as much as possible. But I know from my standpoint of that little bit of preparedness that we are communicating with, and say they are farmers and ranchers who are also very busy people, that trying to balance that, like, what do they have time to engage in a, you know, planning kind of group like this, that we're not overtaxing them with an insane amount of training, but it's like reasonable for the once in a blue moon, but that we are ready when that does happen.
Okay.
So we're trying to find a balance.
Yeah, because we don't want anything big.
We all have enough else going on too.
Just a small little get-together, get it working, and, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think I'm done for today unless you have more for me.
I have next Emily, and Emily. So you're here.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
gentlemen.
you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to talk about, with Miss Emily, at Waterwise Education Gardens. Now we're going to talk about gardens.
Yeah, so changing pace a little bit. So I have worked with the Lockard Foundation on quite a few projects, but I haven't funded those grants through the county. And your comment earlier, Commissioner, about you have $10 and it takes you $6 to give people, you know, $4. So I'm trying to be efficient, and I've talked to Travis and Phaedra about some of the lack of efficiency that I have faced hurdles with CSU. Love them, love CSU. But they now, with some of their fiscal policies, would like to take a larger portion of that grant funding, which when we're talking about $2,000, just isn't a lot of money and just seems kind of silly. So in talking with Travis and Phaedra, that hoping that, you know, putting these kind of smaller dollar amounts through the county is an okay thing to do. And this is really just, it's supporting programming that I'm already planning on doing. It would just give us tools that we can give people to help them, to make better program educational experiences. So that is what these different things are. And so I can talk about this first one is I've been talking with Good Sam's Food Pantry for a while now, and I think things are finally coming together. They'd like to do gardening classes, and they really don't have the capacity to organize those, but they interact with a lot of folks who are interested in this. So in conversations, I'm like, I do program planning, that's what we're supposed to do, educational programming, and so it's just a great partnership that we can work together to do a series of gardening classes. So I don't know if you have the budget up there, but I can, so we're talking about seed starting class, how to grow pizza garden, so you'd learn how to grow tomatoes, peppers, oregano, basil, things like that. Troubleshooting gardening program, composting. So we've just talked about a few different topic ideas, and this funding would help either buy soil for folks to be able to take different plants home, so they learn how to grow a tomato. We have a tomato there, we're putting it in pots, we're actually doing the things we're talking about, not just doing a bunch of PowerPoint presentations. So trying to create engaging hands-on experiences for folks. So that is what this
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
No bureaucracy.
Yeah, we're limiting the bureaucracy, getting stuff done, putting tomatoes in people's hands, that then they can have great conversations with their families of, oh, we grew these tomatoes together, we're eating our tomatoes together. The world's just a better place. So, do you have any other questions on that?
And again, this is a Laura Foundation $2,030.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only question I have is, where do you find pizza seeds for your pizza garden?
Yeah, I have a secret source I can't divulge at this moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Next, on the horticulture gardening topic, so I have a master gardener who has headed up a project at the Cortez Public Library. And I think I've mentioned that last year sometime. So they have just some garden beds in front of the library, and this master gardener took it upon herself to get donations for plants, and she gathered master gardeners together for a planting day. They have irrigation scheduled, and they have planted those with plants that are adapted to our area or that can do well. And there's a variety of things like, perennial flowering plants, grasses, and they have some herbs in there as well. And so part of this is we'd like to then have plant labels that say what those plants are. So a person could go walk by and go, that plant looks great. Now I know what it is, and now I want to plant that in my home garden, and it's a Waterwise plant that's adapted to this area. So getting people to plant plants that are going to be successful. And then to have an educational seminar day that's like a 2-hour event where we talk about all the wonderful Waterwise plants that are adapted to southwestern Colorado, have some invited guest speakers, talk about, how to prep your soil, how to irrigate these plants, how to, select plants, and that's kind of the gist of it. So just a plant education demonstration garden is what this is really, really funding. And again, from the Laura Foundation, so just helping us to do things that we would like to do, no cost back on us.
Okay. Questions, gentlemen?
No.
All right.
Okay, thank you guys. It's been great spending the afternoon with you.
That was it. You're all done, Emily.
I think so, yeah.
All right, Miss Percell. She's been waiting patiently.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Doesn't matter. So you guys saved the best for last, right?
Well,
Just saying.
we're not done yet. I think we have a lot further to go, actually. Looking at this agenda, the last one might be a humdinger.
Well, this is the last grant, right?
Okay.
This one's going to be pretty simple. It's just from the Electronic Recording Technical Board. That is the grant opportunities that we have through the state where we donate, or we charge an extra $1 to record a document, and then we have these funds that have been accumulating at the state, and then now we can go in and ask them to help us update our equipment. And it's basically equipment replacement, computers, scanners, that sort of stuff for our recording department. It's pretty simple, straightforward. It's just a
And
reimbursement.
no cash match, so, okay.
Just a reimbursement, easy peasy.
Yeah, I like that. Any questions?
No.
See, told you,
Okay.
easy.
That was easy.
Thank you all. Gosh, that was way too easy. I do have a question for you, Phaedra. Is that, I mean, we're going to dump a lot more if we accept all these, even though they're small grants, is that?
Money's money.
Well, that's kind of what I'm looking at. Money's money.
Most of these were no match.
No match.
Just the congressional.
Yep.
And they said, if you applied last year, apply again.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why we just talked to
Okay.
Lockard and decided to do that.
Okay.
50 chance.
Okay. Thanks. Now we have a letter. Travis, I guess I'll let you take this one to CCI in support of the Amicus brief as far as the unfunded mandates. Or
So this is actually my agenda item, Commissioner, so I'll talk a little bit about this. So this is something that was brought to my attention on the county attorney listserv, and it was a request from some attorneys from El Paso County and Boulder County who think CCI basically should submit an amicus brief or an amicus brief, which is like a brief filed. It basically means friend of the court. So it's a brief from someone who's not a party to the case, but has some interest in the outcome and wants to weigh in and share their perspective with that court. Basically what's going on here is the city of Boulder had a lawsuit where there are some laws that are in conflict with each other, essentially. We've got a law that you guys, I think, are pretty familiar with, which is the law prohibiting unfunded mandates for local governments. Then there's also some laws that relate to how requests for basically body camera footage work. So there's a kind of a general records request process for law enforcement records, but a couple years ago, Colorado passed a law where if there's an allegation of police misconduct, they basically created like a different way to get those records where you're supposed to provide them in an unedited form, but it's not actually unedited because there's other privacy laws that need to be complied with. Like the one I'm most familiar with is if there's like children involved, right? There's special rules about disclosing the identities of children who may be alleged victims of child abuse or neglect. So there actually is a cost to the local governments who have to edit these things. And basically what the city of Boulder did in this case was they said, you know, if you pay us the money it's going to cost for us to process this, we'll provide you the records. And that's really the basis of this lawsuit. And what the district court in Boulder County said was, you can't do that, City of Boulder, because this law requires you to provide these records without asking for money, because that's how they read this. That's how they read that law. And the City of Boulder argued, "Hey, wait, we didn't get any money from the state to comply with this mandate, and we have these costs. This is an unfunded mandate." And what the district court said was, well, you know, we think it's an underfunded mandate because local governments could apply for this grant, and I think Boulder did, where they got the body cameras in the first place. And so they said, the state gave you some money to get this technology, now you have to comply with the law. And what the attorneys who are asking for other counties to send a letter like this to CCI are saying is, hey, this is a big problem. The court just made up this whole idea of underfunded mandates. That really weakens the whole prohibition against unfunded mandates. And so when I sort of looked into this, I said, all right, I think this is something my board would be interested in. So what this letter does is it is formatted in a way that CCI wants these kinds of things to be formatted. It needs to be a letter from the chair of the board. Basically, we'd be saying, hey, CCI, on behalf of all counties, we want you to weigh in here in this litigation and tell this appellate court now, who's going to be deciding on this issue, that that's really not the way that statute's supposed to work, and we think it's a bad idea essentially to create this new idea of an underfunded mandate, which isn't in the statute, and would seriously weaken the prohibition against unfunded mandates.
So I guess I'm confused. So if it's not 100% funded, isn't it unfunded? Just because they paid 50% of it still doesn't meet the criteria of funding. So to put in underfunded, I mean, what does that mean?
So
That's a cop-out term.
I could tell you what, that one legislator told me this last week at lunch.
I mean, okay,
Yeah. So somewhat to my amazement, it looks like there hasn't been any litigation about this statutory provision, that the law that prohibits unfunded mandates. And I looked up, all right, when did this go into effect? As best I can tell, it's 1991. So this has been on the books for a long time. Mm-hmm. And it could be that no one was really wanting to make bad law. Sometimes that can be a reason to not litigate stuff if you're afraid of creating a bad precedent. But the court looking at this case basically said, hey, this is a new issue for courts to consider in Colorado. So there hasn't been a lot of litigation about this. But we'd be asking CCI to say, hey, this would be making bad law. We don't think that's the correct interpretation. And so we would like CCI to chime in on behalf of Colorado counties, essentially.
okay.
And that's all the letter says. It does offer my time up to some degree, as far as potentially looking at the brief and things like that. But I mean, I think it's important. I think it's something that I would have time to do. So, any other questions about this issue?
Oh, okay.
All right.
I mean, we'll knock it out.
I can see where this could get plumb out of hand if that thing stands.
Well, yeah,
Right.
because everything is going to be
Yeah,
underfunded.
yeah.
They'll just continue to make more laws, and we'll just underfund it.
Right, and I
We're
think
picking up everything.
that's what we're asked, by sending this letter, that's basically what we'd be asking CCI to be arguing to that court is, hey, this is really different than the way this is understood and should be understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, next we have a discussion as it's related to the solar energy regulations of the land use. I see our planning department walked in. I read these, so Stephen, with that, I'll let you take it away. Kind
Yeah.
of see what your thoughts
Oh,
are here.
I want to start off by saying a couple things. From my perspective, the intent of this agenda item here, I need to really be clear that, this isn't about any particular application or how the land use code applies to any particular application, but it is informed by the fact that there has been an application. And I think that's just fair to say, basically, that there's, increased interest in solar development in the county. And so what I'm hoping to do is just kind of talk in a general way about what our land use code says and how that compares to other land use codes essentially throughout the state as it relates to basically the approval or consideration of anyway of solar development in the county. And I think there is, like, I didn't ask this to be set for an executive session. I don't really intend to like offer legal advice. I just really want to talk about our land use code and talk about, in particular, I think the Delta County Land Use Code, and also I found this, what I thought was kind of helpful, this big report from NREL, which kind of gives like a pretty in-depth overview of different, basically, land use codes and criteria throughout the state. So I think I'd like to start with our land use code. Travis, if you could pull that up. I cropped a section of it in there. Let me see what I called it. No, yeah, high impact and special use permits from the land use code. Yeah, so this is our land use code. So just, our land use code does use different zoning designations, and energy generation is just a use by right in heavy industrial zoning under our land use code. But I think we also have these provisions for high impact permits that exceed the threshold standards, and special use permits for basically like more temporary type uses that, the way I read the land use code, is intended to give some more flexibility to landowners who want to use their land in a way, or develop their land in a way that doesn't require like the permanent redesignation of land, which could potentially have, longer impacts beyond the life of that particular project. So we do have this high impact permit process, which I do feel compelled to mention is currently, this is what's being litigated in the dollar store case, the validity of these regulations. So any conversation that we have today, I think there's just a little asterisk on it, in that right now a court's looking at this to determine whether or not this is something we can continue to use. And we're obviously arguing that it is, and we're waiting on the court to make a decision in that case. Let me pull up my notes here. Another tidbit, I guess, about the land use code is that, we've got most parcels in the county are designated AR, agricultural residential. So when you're talking about potential solar use, there is also a use by right under residential uses that says solar/wind energy system for site use or utility service uses. So I think exactly what that means is up to the board to determine, but that's also another relevant provision in the zoning regulations. But then we've got the high impact permit process, which is for any kind of development that would exceed threshold standards. And I think it's contemplated that this would apply to, the kind of energy development projects, because it's also, in addition to just exceeding threshold standards, it's also anything that would have 15 or more vehicle trips a day, or would include major facilities of a public or private utility, or anything that would have major visual impacts. So I think, pretty just on its face, this is sort of the process that the board would use to apply to, any kind of big utility project in the county. We've got processes about the process, through the planning department. And then we have specific criteria that these, applications would need to have, the names of the people involved, a site plan, detailed plans and specifications for the change in the land use, the history of use on that site if that's relevant, the list of any other federal, state, or local statutes or permits that apply to the proposed use, and a description of any adverse impacts resulting from the change in land use that are not mitigated and that are irreversible and or irretrievable. We've also got provisions that would require a mitigation plan, to address any of those adverse impacts, anything that exceeds threshold standards. We have provisions that speak to winding down activities on the site, controlling, restoring, or remediating impacts that would continue after construction or are part of construction. The board has authority under these provisions to plan to monitor the effectiveness of mitigation and also to issue performance bonds. So we've got this tool essentially in the land use code. Ultimately, the board would be asked to make decisions on proposals, for energy development in the county, according to the decision criteria under the high impact permit process. So essentially that the proposed use is in conformity with the code, that it doesn't generate significant adverse impacts on other properties in the area, and that it's consistent with the code, and that public utilities, would be available or can be made available. And if that's not the case, the board has the power from our land use code to deny the application or to approve the permit with conditions. So that's kind of the framework for that high impact permit process. And then there's also the tool of the special use permit, which is intended to allow flexibility for temporary or interim uses that have a potentially greater impact than uses by right without the detrimental long-term effects that a change in zoning to commercial or industrial may provide. And it specifically includes public or private utility facilities. So that's kind of our, basically, I just read several excerpts essentially from our land use code about that permit process, just to kind of go over, how does our land use code right now contemplate energy development, solar specifically in the county. Next, I want to, Travis, just pull up that report from NREL, because I want to take a little time to talk about what does this look like across the state, essentially, is what this report's about. And I think it's pretty current. I think it's from April of last year, 2024. And they basically went through every county and talked about some of the different criteria, some of the different regulation. And the short version is there's a huge variation county by county of how this stuff is looked at. So it's not the case where, there's one way to do this. I think that's partly a reflection of just, hey, we're a pretty diverse state in a lot of different ways. At the time this was published, 28 out of the 64 counties in Colorado had a utility scale solar operation, which they defined as greater than 1 megawatt. And that includes Montezuma County. One thing they talk about in this report is when counties start receiving applications, particularly for bigger solar development, many counties, and that's not to say all, but many counties have started to develop solar-specific criteria, and what they identified as the cause of that is counties either feel like there's a gap in their regulations or they have a strong community response to the proposals. And so, can you scroll down to page 17, Travis, of this? it's just the case that Montezuma County is well suited for solar development. This is basically the map of, I guess they call it global horizontal irradiance. I understand that to mean how good is this land for solar. And so Montezuma, is some of the darker colors. So we've got high potential for solar energy. So I would expect that the board there is increasing interest in developing of solar power, and I expect that to continue to be the case. Travis, could you scroll down to page 25 now? One thing I just thought was interesting on this is when counties receive applications for utility scale development, which they define as over 1 megawatt, I think consistently in this document, basically the counties that have more detailed regulations, they're the ones that have all the development. And just in reading this, it's not clear to me if that's a chicken or an egg thing. But that seems to be what's happening across the state, essentially. So I just wanted to highlight that as kind of an interesting tidbit that I picked up on reading this report. And then could you scroll down to page 28, Travis? So one particular thing that they talked about in this document, in their review sort of, of these different policies across the state, is that states also have taken different approaches to the development of solar facilities on agricultural land. And one reason for that is just that, it's got many of the conditions that make good agricultural land make good solar developments, usually large, open, flat places. And so just one of the things different counties, some counties anyway, have done is they've made regulations that are specific to development of solar on ag land. And I think that's not something that's currently in our land use code. And I think just sort of in a general way, there might be ways that some of the more general parts of our impact permit process and the way that the board could consider, impacts to the land as far as, how those permit criteria apply, certainly could apply to, they could consider the way the impacts are on the land or on the surrounding land. But that seems to be something of particular interest that they, talk about in this report, and that there's some specific interest in across the state. And so I wanted to also just to look at what some counties are doing. Specifically, the Delta County Land Use Code was one that the Planning Department identified as being on the shorter side. So I think it's just makes some practical sense too to review this. But Travis, you could scroll down some. Most of this is fairly simple, but Delta also carved out some specific consideration for agricultural land. They have some specific setbacks for solar development, and they basically said that renewable energy facilities should be designed to minimize loss to irrigated land. So that's a specific criteria that they added to their still fairly short and simple criteria, because some counties have like hundreds of pages of regulations about this kind of thing. And so this is a pretty digestible example, I think. And so that was all just like a kind of a surface level overview to what we're talking about. I also drafted like a resolution for a moratorium. And it's not the case on renewable energy development. And I'm not here to tell the board that I am saying you need to do this or you should do this. I think it's really an option the board has, essentially. I think what I'm trying to communicate to the board is there's going to be interest in developing renewable energy projects in the county. Some of this, is pretty imminent in terms of the county's received one application. And so I think the question for the board is, in a general sense, if the board wants to have different criteria, what most counties do is they adopt a moratorium or they pause processing of this kind of application to develop different or more specific criteria to apply to, what basically there's no specific limit on what the board could change or adopt as far as, energy development in general or solar regulations or renewable energy regulations or whatever the case may be. But I think it makes some sense that if the board doesn't think that the current process in the land use code is sufficient to apply, I don't think it makes sense to be working on something new and still continuing to process applications under a framework the board doesn't think is suited for it. So I'm not necessarily saying that that's the case, but I just wanted to show the board sort of what this looks like when counties do this. These moratoriums by statute are not to exceed 6 months, but they can be renewed for subsequent periods of 6 months. And, they're adopted by resolution that would look something like this. Obviously, the particular, grounds and language are all things the board could change, but, obviously the citations to the law would remain the same as far as the board's authority to do something like this.
Do you all have anything to add? I guess I should ask that.
The only question I guess I have is, since we've received the application based on the criteria that currently exists, I'm not sure how you do a moratorium, add new regulation, basically moving the goalpost for them to hit new criteria or not process their application that's been submitted.
I don't think you were recommending, you just put the resolution there stating that this is what some would do if we didn't feel comfortable with the land use code right now. So I guess if I heard that correctly, we could still take the application, process it under what currently exists, but if we felt uneasy or uncomfortable with that we could then do this and look at basically making it more restrictive.
I think certainly, that is like a possible outcome of more specific regulations. For example, some counties basically overlay a map on the county and say, we don't want there to be solar development in these areas. Or they put in other requirements that do things to make it more restrictive. But I think that's not a inherent function of having specific standards. I think, if sometimes if there's ways that you could have specific standards that could give basically additional clarity, I guess, would be the way I would try to characterize it. Because I agree, personally, I hear Don's concern. right, these things take a long time to plan, right? There's like some, right, where if you're changing the criteria, I think it's just, right, there's like some element of like, that's not a great way to
Yeah, I
do
don't
business.
think, to your question, in my opinion, I don't think we can move the goalpost now if we actually have an application. I think we're gonna get ourselves in another situation like we're already in. Because to have the criteria and to move the goalpost, that's just,
So,
I
yeah.
think that's horribly inappropriate.
One thing that could happen is that if the court rules against the board essentially in that other land use case about the high impact permit process, the goalposts like may just be removed from the field to continue using that.
Yeah, at that
metaphor.
point, we're under whatever the court rules,
You know,
and everybody deals with it.
Totally different game.
Yeah.
So,
And we do request a whole lot more information than a basic high-impact permit. I mean,
Sure.
they've got to contact CDOT, Parks
I
and
don't-
Wildlife, ARC studies, geologic studies.
because everything we have in our county is a AR zone, everything. So it's, if an application comes in, it's gonna be placed in the AR zone, has to be. If something of large scale is gonna be AR 80 and over, correct? That's the largest scale that we have. And I can tell you that with what we currently have, it's within our discretion, and I think we've all stated it, is we don't wanna see, just because it's not in the land use code, we have that discretion to say we don't want anything, I think your language, productive, irrigated, agricultural out. And I agree with that, but I also, this is a touchy subject, because there's also a property right and a use by right that people also have. We were just talking about that earlier, not even on this subject, from an agricultural area that's now turned into not agriculture by any means. But that person's trying to do something to diversify to be able to survive. So it's super touchy. I don't know that, I mean, I think the criteria that we have right now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't maybe look further and try to tighten something up, but I think it's alternative energy. It's not just renewable. I think it's alternative, and I think that's what we should be looking at, just like we're talking about the nuclear. It's alternative energy, and if we don't start using all the energy sources that we do have, we're gonna run out. I'll stop. I mean, I'll let you guys. Everything we have in this county is AR.
Yeah.
Everything.
If you jump to wind farms, I say no.
Well,
Just my input.
it's gonna be in somebody's backyard no matter where we put anything or wherever it's
Right.
presented, and then we have the typical not in my backyard coming out because nobody wants,
But I think wind farms have proven themselves not to be advantageous.
well, I don't.
They
yeah,
cost,
not-
take more energy than they ever produce.
So,
So what's the end game on those? Just my input.
Now, what did you say?
The cost of a windmill, generator and concrete and the whole 9 yards, it takes more energy to produce that and install it than it ever produces in its lifetime. And then when it's obsolete, you can't dispose of it. It's not recyclable, it's just landfill material.
I don't know.
That's why
What's your guys' thoughts?
I don't know. What worries me about our land use code, putting this thing in there, I don't want to strap somebody 20, 30 years down the road trying to clean this damn mess up. That's what concerns me more than anything. That's what concerns me, is if we need to make sure we've got everything in order to do this type of project, because this is a big deal. It's not some Joe Blow putting 20 acres out here. It's not. To clean up one of these damn things is a mess. And that's
So-
what worries me.
so
It worries
what
me that we need to make sure we got our ducks in a row before we approve this kind of a development that size.
Sure.
with
What
that much
about,
impact to this county.
what
down the
about
road.
the surety that we have in there too? Can we can put a condition of the surety, right? Or the bond?
Yeah.
With anything, kind of like a mine?
Can you
don't
talk
know, we
more
can't
about that,
find
Don?
anybody, so-
Do you know?
So
Have you dealt with that
No, you
before?
know what I'm talking about.
We have never
sure
done
exactly what
one
you're-
through the planning department.
Okay.
Road and Bridge does them with Kinder Morgan on the roads, and they basically put up a bond for when they're putting in new well pads, so that if the roads are not taken care of and have to be rebuilt when they're done, then Road and Bridge has that bond to go back on. This would probably need some conversation along those same lines for the construction process. As far as a bond for the project cleanup, I don't even know where to start on that.
So
That's
as
the
far as
problem.
the DC,
That's my
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, there's two ways to look at
Or
it.
are you-
If you want government involved to fix things at the end, then I would say government should be involved up front, which I would suggest all these farms and stuff that have their own landfills on their property be cleaned up first. If we're gonna be responsible for trying to clean up what they're getting paid for in 30 years. If they're getting paid for the lease, then they're taking on a risk that they might have to deal with their property in the future. It's not always government to take care of them making money.
So to respond more specifically to Commissioner Copenhaver's question, so one thing that exists in our high-impact permit process is there's section 2202.5, mitigation plan. So it requires a summary plan mitigating significant adverse impacts for the proposal as applicable, plans for mitigating conditions that exceed threshold standards during construction operation, plans for winding down activities and service and facility demands under a couple different things, including for controlling, restoring, and remediation of any impacts that will continue after the construction and/or operation of the change in land is completed. So I think that is a criteria that the board has as far as applying the current high-impact permit process, that's something that's considered as part of the board's evaluation, essentially, that's part of the current land use code and, would be applied to proposals that would be received.
Right, I agree. As far as a bond to cover that, I don't know how you project 30 years from now.
But that might be a conversation to have if this is the land use code that the board is applying, when reviewing a particular specific application and, depending on all the specific structures essentially, or, the properties and whatever else is all involved, that might be a conversation to have in the context of the board, looking at the specific application.
And the majority of these fields are done on a racking system, so they drive pylons into the ground, and then all the panels are mounted on those, on rails that connect from pylon to pylon. But yeah, they need to be removed, and I don't know on the existing application, I haven't gotten to that yet, but I would say that disposal in our landfill is not an option.
Yeah.
Because
and
you could
I
fill
want-
up a whole landfill cell, and how are you gonna charge them, $8 million at that point for a whole new cell?
And I want to just jump in here and try to put some bounds around our conversation. We're really not in a position today to really talk about the specifics of any particular application.
Right.
We're really just I put this on the agenda basically to talk about our land use code and how it applies to potential specifically large solar projects. And to the extent that the board doesn't like it, I think the way you would go about changing that is to adopt some kind of moratorium to develop different criteria, if that's what the board wants to do. But that was the concern brought to me essentially, is how does our land use code apply to these kinds of proposals? But I really want to make a line that we can't essentially talk about any specific proposal.
I mean, and Gerald can correct me, when the land use code was first visualized and then the regulations written, they weren't, something of this size and scale was never contemplated.
Oh, I'm sure not.
You were, if you talked 20 acres, you were huge at that point in time. I don't know what would have happened with Shell at the time when they did theirs with our land use code. I don't know how it would have applied. But in those negotiations, in those discussions, and, over basically what was it, a 2.5-year period to develop that and get the rules and regulation written, it worked out fairly well. I mean, we knew at the time it wasn't perfect, but it's come along. But with something, like I said, of this size and scale, we need to take into we need some time to determine what we need to do. Because I'm sure there's some impacts we haven't even thought of yet. We've just scratched the surface.
Like I said, what worries me is if, 20, 30 years down the road, they're going to be, I don't want to handicap this county 20, 30 years down the road taking care of a mess that we approve now. I want to make sure it's right. If we do this, we need to make sure we get it right and not handicap this county down the road 20, 30 years. And just like this landowner, right now, we have a governor that says that can be taxed as ag land, but as soon as he's gone, if the next governor says no, then it's going to be taxed as commercial land. I hope these landowners know that. And these people leasing that land better realize that, because it's going to change it a lot.
From when I discussed it
It's
with
totally at the discretion of our governor that did this. And if the next governor could change it completely.
True. I did discuss it with Leslie briefly, and she said that utility scale of this size, the state evaluates it, and they just direct her what money we get. Her office has no say so.
It's two different taxes though, right? The landowner would just get taxed the agricultural purpose of the land, and then the company would be taxed the
Production.
right, the production. So it's two different, it's kind of two different taxes. The
You would
landowner,
think, but the assets are on their land, so I don't know.
I understand that, but they're not the producer. So the producer pays.
So
the
you've
way
got
I understand
assets
it,
that
the
are-
The
taxes.
producer actually pays the tax on the product that's being produced, the electricity.
Yeah.
On how much is being produced.
But somebody needs to pay taxes on the assets that are on the ground. And if it's all this
true.
tax
See,
credit
and
stuff and we're not getting it, then I don't know where that
Which the assets are
puts
all
us.
the producers.
Now, that'd be taxed as personal property.
So I think that's
You're beyond me.
But if it's on, that's the whole issue, is the landowner itself had better watch out, because if they're
Right.
leasing this land and the governor changes it from ag land to
Commercial.
commercial, it's gonna change to them tremendously. So I hope they're looking out for themselves,
Right, and on,
because they better be.
yeah. So right now Leslie doesn't have any
'Cause you
say
start
so
paying
one
out
way or another, it's straight through the
1,500
state.
2,000 acres of
Yeah, that-
commercial property.
that can change
It's a whole big different deal.
every odd year when they do their revals, specifically if you have a change in,
Yeah. Designation.
yeah.
'Cause
So-
that's totally just been, the governor did that. So allowing that to be taxed as ag land instead of commercial property, like it should be, as far as I'm concerned. It's a commercial operation, it should be taxed commercial. We shouldn't have a special carve
think-
out for one industry.
Yeah, I think
That's
we
what
have
bothers me.
I think we have a lot
I
of
mean, that bothers me.
commercial properties that are being taxed ag.
Oh, we do. Well, even
So-
on ag land.
Correct.
All my hay barns, all that stuff's all tax commercial. It's the same as anybody else pays. It's just the land itself.
Correct.
Is not.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause I
not,
pay-
not the whole carve out, just, yeah.
Just the land,
Yeah.
just the ground. Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I
Just, what concerns me is I just don't want to screw this up.
Well, do we want to just put this as one specific agenda item on a workshop sooner than later? I mean, and just really dive into it and see what we want to have as far as our language?
I think we need to keep
Or-
looking at what has happened in some of these other counties and the problems they've come up with these projects, because there's been some big ones go in different places.
Yeah, I don't know, Don, have you, heard much or talked to other county planning departments on their experiences with this kind of stuff?
I think the eastern slope is getting probably the
More of 'em.
biggest share of big developments right now.
Yeah.
I think they're just kind of migrating this way. I don't think we have any. Well, Dolores County is, we're gonna have a huge one, not on our property that we can regulate, but I think the eastern slope is probably way ahead of the game.
Yeah, so just in terms of counties with a lot of solar development, that was one of the maps on that report that I'm trying to pull back up. Could be good people to talk to if they've been processing this stuff. It looks like Pueblo County, El Paso County, Alamosa County, and then Adams County, Larimer also. Yeah, so a lot of stuff on the Front Range, not too much on the west slope, honestly. Garfield's got a little bit.
So do you want to do that, Commissioner? Just add it as a workshop agenda specifically, and we just dive into that and see what they're doing on the western slope?
I
And then
don't
if we
know.
have to
I just think
change
it's gonna take us
the,
a while to get this
we
done,
have
and
to
if we
change the land
have
use
this
code.
application coming through, what are we gonna do with that?
well, if it's already been submitted, we don't have a choice but to
I think we do.
go under the
I think we put
criteria.
a moratorium on it and just put everything on hold until we figure out what's up.
So I think it's within the board's powers to adopt a moratorium that would basically halt the acceptance or processing of whatever you want, basically, but including in particular solar power generation. In the thing I drafted up, I just said large scale, or utility scale solar power generation, under this statute through the board's powers, basically to evaluate all kinds of land use issues.
So is that then did you put a scale as far as large? Because I know we've already approved, what are Empires? Those are up to 5?
They're like 1 megawatt.
We have two 2 megawatts and one 5 megawatt.
That's what I'm saying, 5 is the one I remember, so.
And they're not over 20 acres? 20,
The one at
40?
Empire's property's 50 acres.
yeah.
Yeah, it's.
The other
produced-
two are 20 acres each.
What was the one we did south of town? That was
That's-
60 acres?
That's 20.
It's 20 acres, 2
20
megawatts.
acres, 2
Yeah.
megawatts, so
Same as the one at Totten Road.
Yeah.
2 megawatts. So the biggest one is out here, which
Correct.
is EEA's,
Right,
which was 5.
correct.
I think that's probably the largest right now we have, 5 megawatts.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
I
what-
guess if you do the calculations, you got 5 megawatts on 50 acres and 2 megawatts on 20 acres, so.
Megawatt per 10,
Yeah, megawatt every 10 acres.
I mean, roughly.
Yeah.
Because the one at Cajon is about 100 megawatt, and it's probably 1,000 acres. And they'll lease more than that because they've got to miss all kinds of,
Sure.
and they're not contiguous typically.
Mhm. Yeah, they have to be close to a source.
They all,
to put
they
it
all
back
will
into
run
the-
to a substation.
Back into a
They
power
gotta
the
put it
lines or
back.
backstation, or whatever.
It's got to go to a
They gotta build a
substation
substation.
in order to get that much power onto the lines.
And they gotta be able, they gotta have the conductor size to transmit the power. Unless they're ready to construct line, which,
Yeah, so they are site-specific as to
Yeah.
where a substation is unless you're going to build a whole new one.
A whole new line. Yeah, because you have to move it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, to the extent that that ambiguity is a problem, I think you could just, add a term basically of what exactly it is you wanna do with a resolution like this. What the statute says is basically the board, when in the opinion of the board, can promulgate by resolution without a public hearing, regulations of a temporary nature to be effective for a limited period only and not to exceed 6 months, prohibiting or regulating in any part or all of the unincorporated territory of the county. I mean, that's the root here of what we're talking about as
Could
far
we
as.
not, I guess, I'm not talking
So
about
you
the
do have the
application.
land use code currently that has the wind down, cleanup, mitigation.
Which
It
that
is not
plan
defined, so.
Could be proposed as a contingency right up front, right? You have to propose what you're gonna do in 30 years and put up a surety in the form of a bond, just like a mine does. There are some mines that are 100 years.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they have to
right.
reclaim them, so I think in your concern there, Commissioner, that we have that, we can already do that right now, can't we?
So the current high impact permit process has those, has provisions where a mitigation plan is required in any particular proposal.
Yep.
The board would basically be in the position of evaluating the mitigation plan, could ask questions of applicants, about the mitigation plan, about the long-term proposals, all through the current mitigation plan provisions, basically.
So we have that, we have that right now.
Do you see any other impacts that we might come up against? I mean, this is such a scale that, man,
Yeah, and I mean, the construction's gonna last probably 18 months to 2 years. It doesn't all happen, instantaneously, but
right.
that traffic, it won't be like Kinder Morgan pad traffic.
Have you seen the traffic out there at Como?
Oh, well, for the workers in the construction, yeah. I'm just talking the amount of weight and 700
Weight
gravel loads
Yeah, distribution.
to build a pad and 400 loads coming back out. No, you're gonna have traffic. It's a traffic
Yeah.
impact, and that's part of the design, is they're gonna have to account for where and how that travel goes. They gotta follow the truck routes from road and bridge,
It's only one route.
dust control, snow
You guys
plow.
have more information than I have, because I'm not tracking with you, but that's okay. So do you?
And it could be
you guys
something
wanna
like
set it then and
on
just
a-
do it sooner than later and just do a one agenda item and just jump right into this? Or, what are your thoughts? We can pull, it sounds like mostly on the east side of the slope, but look at their regulations and see what we can do, because then if we add it to the land use code, that there's a process to do that too. It's a short process, but we can get that done in 45 days, or probably.
Just in terms of like information gathering, basically, you're proposing?
Well, yeah, because, well, I mean, I want to set Commissioner Copenhaver's mind at ease. Do we have enough information gathered to make sure that we're not strapping
That's what worries
down
me,
the
is we
road?
don't, that we don't have. That's what worries me.
I mean, it's a legal question, but as far as posting the bond, I would say that it would mirror a composting facility where the closure, post-closure bond.
Correct.
And those have to be revisited, revised as the project goes along, because the costs will go up and the bond amount may need to go up to account for what's happening and what's going on.
I guess that's what I'm saying. We have that criteria right now. We, obviously, to ask those questions, but to make sure that we're going down the right path, I think we should just, I mean, if you're willing to just focus on nothing but this on one workshop, it's all we do. We just clear everything else off of that week and jump on it and see what do we really need to, what's the focus? What are we trying to make sure that we cure?
I don't care. I just want to make sure we do it right.
Yeah.
I mean, it just worries me that we're gonna,
Have you looked at any others that
just
are
at Delta's is the only one.
better?
That I
Because-
looked at some of the regulations.
I know Montrose has
They
one.
imposed, but they,
Off of 15, Dolores County 15.
No, Montrose.
Oh, Montrose.
Are you talking about they have solar-specific regulations, or?
I believe they put a moratorium in at some
Yeah.
point in time to fix their solar, but.
I know they had they had like an
Did
18-month.
San Miguel do something?
San
I'd
Miguel
have-
just did.
yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we ought to get all of theirs and have a special workshop.
I guess that's what I'm saying, is gather all the information of east-west, what
gathering
fits this
information.
criteria.
Start
I think,
gathering
I think
information.
the biggest part you're missing is the mitigation and final cleanup, and none of these that have been built in the last decade or two are being dismantled and closed out and cleaned up, so I don't think anybody really knows. California has a wasteland of 1980 solar farms of
Yeah.
I mean, they just
water and antifreeze run systems, but that's a whole nother
Yeah,
That's a
old technology.
but they had that,
Oh yeah, they've
what do they
got,
call it? The one that uses mirrors to
Mojave Desert has a
generate.
death
thermal.
ray field
Yeah.
Yeah.
to generate
They just
geothermal.
walked away from that. They just walked away.
So then,
and what did they estimate it was gonna take to clean that up?
I don't, over $1 billion.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that just worries me to death.
Right.
I tell you.
That was
I
some
just
strange
don't-
technology where they directed all the sun to a giant water tank to create geothermal steam to generate power, and all they did is
What do they call that?
cook all the birds.
Fried all the birds that flew
Bird,
through it.
They call
birds,
them flamers.
spontaneous combustion.
They were bird fly in food.
But I mean, my opinion on mitigation and cleanup is the landfill is never allowed for disposal.
What are you gonna do with it?
That's the company's issue, and they're gonna have to have
I
a
think that's a
plan.
question that we have to ask up front is, I mean, what are you
I
gonna
mean,
do?
it-
I don't know if it's
I mean, when it
recyclable. I mean, some of the stuff
Yeah,
is
when-
obviously, but some of it may not be. I don't
I
know.
mean, we don't know what the end life is of this. but
Nobody does.
You look at your own house with all of your electronics. What are you doing with that? Once it reaches its end life, or you get a new computer, it sits around in a box, unless you take it down to the landfill.
I take it and recycle it.
Yeah, but they haven't reached that point yet of what to do with these panels, how to recycle them. And you have the older panels, and the newer panels are 10 times more efficient than the old ones are.
Right.
So you got these guys over here looking, thinking, hey, if I upgrade, maybe I can get a better energy credit for that if I upgrade. So then you've got all these panels sitting out there, what are you gonna do with them? Now, I've seen the Chinese on, like your wind farms, they're grinding those blades up and using them in their roads, but I can really see our road department guys having a fit about that.
Yeah,
Did you want
So
to?
do you
the
want, I
the
guess what
structural
I'm-
part of it
I'm asking,
is not a problem, other than there's gonna be megatons of it,
Yeah,
but
you know,
the,
something else I thought of
panels.
the other day too, you know, I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but the state or Empire Electric or Tri-State, isn't it 5% of,
that's behind the meter. That's, we're at that now, but these don't
These are-
flow, they don't count
correct.
to Empire Electric's 5%.
no, I get that, but that's what the number was, right?
Yeah.
So couldn't we also I mean, I'm just going back to the maths to say, okay, we have 2,040 square
That state
miles.
mandate
Square miles. What?
is certain percentage that we have to be at.
No.
At a certain time.
I'm just saying,
see
I'm
where
just
you're
saying
getting
it's
at.
a number.
We put a
So
limit.
say,
That's all it
say
is.
our limit is going to be what we have is, we have 2,040 square miles.
Right.
Which would equal, I mean, I could do the math, 2,040 times 640, right? Anyway, and then come up with that percentage to say, this is all we would allow, and I'm not saying it would be 5%. I'm
Right.
just saying, let's use a number and pick that, and then you start adding all of these megawatts or acreage up and add it up. I mean, can we do that? We can do that also, right?
I'd have to look at that. Because I know some counties have designated certain areas as like areas where they do or don't want.
It doesn't matter on the area. It's not gonna, to Commissioner Copenaver's point, it doesn't matter the area. It's what do you do in 30 years? The area is the
That's what
same.
worries me about the whole
The
thing.
Yeah.
area is the same,
Is what
so.
we're doing down the road.
I guess,
It
you know,
goes back to viable
If we-
agricultural land. You don't want to be covering up
Well,
agricultural land.
I think we already,
I mean, those are different issues
Yeah.
to me. I think like,
That have to be identified and argued over. I mean, we argued over words like the and shall and will. I mean,
Yeah.
days on end.
but I think more to Commissioner Copenhaver's point, like the question of mitigation, that is something specific in our land use code as it is that can be looked at by the board. So I think any project that comes before the board would be in a position to ask questions on the
exactly.
mitigation. And then
What's the end result?
to what extent the board is satisfied that it's been mitigated or not, the board can, make decisions based on consideration of
And
that.
we can then, as a contingency, have that assurity, the bond, to go, it's just like, I keep saying, going back to a mine,
Right.
because the mines are, my gosh, lives of some mines are 50 to 100
Well,
years.
Right.
Don't
And
mines,
they place assurities on those all the time.
don't mines have to show a certain amount of maintenance every 10 years, if I'm right? And renew their bonds every 10 years?
The
I
line
think-
camp gravel pit, they have a limit how much can be open at any one time, so they have to mitigate behind them
Yeah.
and close out part of that as they open up more of it. Tunnel mines and their ponds, I have no idea. That's all through the state.
Yeah.
Of course, the gravel pits are too.
Right.
Other than us
Yeah,
permitting
well,
them for their high impact permit. So yeah, I mean, we have the outline of criteria for cleaning these up. We would just have to decide how you would identify that up front, and then I don't know how you'd put a bond surety cost on that.
Let me, and I don't know this, but let me ask you this. When they're installing these and putting in the inverters and the cables, who inspects that?
I think it's a state, isn't it?
Does the state electrical board have an
State
inspector for
electrical
those,
board,
or?
I don't think they,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think they do. They don't inspect these right here.
I don't know. I could ask the question, but I have no idea if there's any.
Somebody has got to approve these.
I mean,
Put
there's
it
a,
online.
there's a certain depth they have to be
Yeah.
pounded to. And then,
Yeah, I don't.
then the framework's all bolted between the pylons, and then the racks are built and the panels get mounted, but I don't know if there's any regulatory.
And if they're gonna bury cable, is it conduited or not? I mean,
Well, that's gonna fall under the state. All electrical permits fall under the state.
That would, for sure. So do you want to then add it as an agenda item until we get this hammered out on every Monday? I mean, if,
I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem putting a moratorium on the damn thing until we figure this thing out. That's what worries me. All this stuff is gonna come at us and we're not,
yeah.
I don't know. It just concerns me that we're
gotta
not
start.
really ready to handle this.
Add it as agenda item
What's
on
gonna happen
Mondays and
30 years
we'll
down
have
the
at it.
road?
I mean,
That's what worries me.
put a limitation, we always limited it to 45 minutes. Just because you got burned out so fast doing this.
all right, then add it until we get something hammered out. And we can use that
Yeah.
time frame if you want, if you think that's adequate. So add it to the agenda until we get it,
Yeah.
or,
At some point, you're gonna have to have public input at some point.
well, if we change the land use code, we have to go
Yeah.
through that process
Yeah.
anyway. Because if it changes that, if we come up with the criteria that satisfies that, then we have to go through that process anyway. Which then, that is the 45 days.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough?
Okay.
Anything else? Anything else?
So are we just looking to clarify what mitigation cleanup you're gonna look at, or are you looking at a moratorium?
I think right now we're looking at,
Because we've got an agenda we gotta get set in
Looking
1
at-
month.
You're looking at a moratorium.
Yeah, so today we're here,
Not-
this is the workshop. Tomorrow, the draft moratorium is on the agenda for tomorrow. I'm
Okay.
not gonna be here tomorrow, I'll just tell you, I've got a child support hearing at 9 o'clock.
I'll be here.
So that's something the board can take up tomorrow, it's on the agenda.
Right.
In the course of the normal, meeting that we're set for tomorrow, and then, wherever we go from there, I mean, I think we'll just have to keep talking about it. How the board wants to kind of direct that process, or what that's gonna look like.
well, we kind of have a limited window anyway. I mean, you can't just put something to try and block something forever if you're not working on it. That's why I'm saying, if we're gonna do something, we better put it on the workshop until we get this thing hammered out. Otherwise, it just looks like a stop block of something that's not.
So I guess,
Looks like we're stalling.
to
Well,
your,
that's exactly, and I don't think that's
Yeah.
that's what you're saying. I don't think
No,
it's a stall.
I'm not saying
It's a
that.
s- It's
I just want
to
to make sure we get it right.
make the criteria that's satisfactory. And I think what Don is saying, because it sounds like we do have an application, we still have criteria basis for mitigation and what would make us feel comfortable. So until we know what's making us feel comfortable, that's gonna take a process to go forward with too. That's why I'm saying, we can just, that's why I say maybe we have a 2-3 hour process to start with, just to say, okay, what are the biggest concerns and how do we mitigate them?
well, one thing I think between Don and I we can do is we can try to talk to whatever counties adopted specific regulations, what was their process?
Yeah.
That might be a good way to just get get started on that path, is understand sort of what does this look like for other counties.
So what you're saying, if I hear this correctly, if by chance a moratorium is placed, that then stops this other application totally? And what is that gonna do to us? Then what is that gonna do in terms of litigation, because now we did move the goalpost?
Right, as long as we can legally do that and not get back to court.
Right, that was the question, and that's the clarification that I want to.
So I'm pretty sure that's within the board's powers, basically. And I can try to get clarification on that before you guys, before tomorrow morning, but that's how I read that, that section.
Okay. Anything else, Don?
No, you go ahead.
Nope,
There you go.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. All right.
Well, I guess, can I just squeeze in a real quick attorney report? Because I don't think I'm going to be able to make the meeting tomorrow.
You better make the meeting tomorrow. We have land use coming up tomorrow.
Well, I'm double set, and I don't think the judge is going to be too happy with me if I don't show up.
Just write you a note.
Just put your face on a paddle and tape
We'll
it
go
to the
talk to
chair.
the judge for you. Anyway, go ahead, sorry.
I just want to say, there's been some discussion recently about that Ironwood. There was supposed to be the sheriff's sale at the end of February. That was continued for 1 month on the motion of the party that was forcing the sheriff's sale. So for our purposes, we're kind of in the same boat as we were, before. It's the same old, same old. We did, together with CDPHE, file a motion to initiate a sheriff's sale of another property owned by Mark Hartman. So we started that process. I also on the sheriff unionization election, those ballots have been sent out. Those ballots are going to be counted on March 28th. So we've got that going on right now. I've been working with all the parties on that. We got that all set up, so that's kind of out in the world now and kind of out of my hands, at least for the time being. Those are the two things I wanted to highlight real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Okay, then we are adjourned. Thank you all.